For over 130 years, our culture of innovation has shaped the lives of millions. Building better, brighter, and happier lives full of color and opportunities. It all stems from breakthrough research meticulously developed by leading scientists and chemists at our world-leading facilities. We're all part of a diverse family who, together, make Nippon Paint Asia's #1 paint and coatings manufacturer, offering a complete paint and coating solution for total peace of mind. We're a Pan-Asian family unified and driven by our lean for growth culture of vigilance, insatiable appetite, teamwork, agility, leanness, stamina, allowing us to lead from the front of the pack. Corporate responsibility is ingrained in our DNA, promoting sustainability and developing skills, because people have always been at the heart of our company. Together, we strive for a sustainable business that positively impacts lives. Our ingenuity flows through every drop of the billion liters of paint and coatings we produce every year, adding color to all the industries we supply through strong distribution and in turn enriched the lives of millions around the world. We continue to set new standards in coatings for motor vehicles. Our protective coatings sustain and enhance the performance of bridges, ships, fuel pipes, and chemical tanks. By offering developers and architects a variety of highly durable and weather-resistant options, we make it possible to realize their ambitions. And for our consumers, we strive to deliver the best end-to-end solutions, including design services to perfectly complement our products. We are Nippon Paint. We harness the brilliance of innovation. We inspire the lives of millions now and for decades to come.
The world is truly extraordinary, filled with amazing wonders of nature and breathtaking sceneries in which every human being is unique in their own special way. We are all different in genders, ages, and identities, from diverse family backgrounds, regions, ethnicities, and cultures. We do have one thing in common: ideas. From the things we have seen, the experiences we have gained, and our exposure to the world, we generate infinite ideas to contribute to our society's social, economic, and cultural values, to help build and enhance the world we live in. The world needs change now more than ever, and a push for revolutionary innovation which will thrust us towards improving the quality of our lives. AYDA is determined to positively build a community of enthusiastic, outstanding, and compassionate spatial designers. We believe we can provide more to the world through our efforts. Founded in 2008, AYDA aims to help nurture the talents of tomorrow, together with leading architects and interior designers of our generation. Over the years, AYDA has evolved to become an international community. We have grown beyond just being an awards competition, but a holistic growth accelerator and community for design enthusiasts, both students and practicing professionals. By working closely with our network of passionate mentors and judges, the AYDA journey offers hands-on and out-of-classroom experience for our student participants. This is vital in helping young designers reach maturity upon graduating and entering the world of spatial design with a socially conscious heart in their pocket. Through the valuable sharing and guidance from our outstanding mentors and lecturers, our participants will acquire relevant technical skills, explore being creative with designs, and be able to better understand market needs. Many of our beloved alumni are on an ongoing journey to better impact the future by interpreting the pinnacle of good designs. Since 2018, AYDA has been awarding our international winners an opportunity to attend the Design Discovery Program by Harvard University's Graduate School of Design, with all expenses paid. Unfortunately, in 2020, COVID-19 swooped in and struck us, but AYDA has never stopped being resilient against the sudden surge of negativity. We believe in preserving hardship and embracing innovation until the day we can harvest the fruit of our success. Despite the pandemic, partnering educational institutions globally share our sentiment. The number of entries did not dwindle, and participating students' morale alongside their mentors has never been stronger. With AYDA going beyond Asia, we are persistently amplifying creativity and unearthing hidden talents within every young designer. We will continue to encourage our future young leaders to be bold, innovative, and committed to changing the world with significant impact. Be part of the AYDA family and join us in cultivating passionate design communities.
For over 130 years, our culture of innovation has shaped the lives of millions. Building better, brighter, and happier lives, full of color and opportunities. It all stems from breakthrough research, meticulously developed by leading scientists and chemists at our world-leading facilities. We're all part of a diverse family who, together, make Nippon Paint Asia's #1 paint and coatings manufacturer, offering a complete paint and coating solution for total peace of mind. We're a Pan-Asian family unified and driven by our lean for growth culture of vigilance, insatiable appetite, teamwork, agility, leanness, stamina, allowing us to lead from the front of the pack. Corporate responsibility is ingrained in our DNA, promoting sustainability and developing skills, because people have always been at the heart of our company. Together, we strive for a sustainable business that positively impacts lives. Our ingenuity flows through every drop of the billion liters of paint and coatings we produce every year, adding color to all the industries we supply through strong distribution, and in turn enriched the lives of millions around the world. We continue to set new standards in coatings for motor vehicles. Our protective coatings sustain and enhance the performance of bridges, ships, fuel pipes, and chemical tanks. By offering developers and architects a variety of highly durable and weather-resistant options, we make it possible to realize their ambitions. And for our consumers, we strive to deliver the best end-to-end solutions, including design services to perfectly complement our products. We are Nippon Paint. We harness the brilliance of innovation. We inspire the lives of millions now and for decades to come.
The world is truly extraordinary, filled with amazing wonders of nature and breathtaking sceneries in which every human being is unique in their own special way. We are all different in genders, ages, and identities, from diverse family backgrounds, regions, ethnicities, and cultures. We do have one thing in common: ideas. From the things we have seen, the experiences we have gained, and our exposure to the world, we generate infinite ideas to contribute to our society's social, economic, and cultural values, to help build and enhance the world we live in. The world needs change now more than ever, and a push for revolutionary innovation which will thrust us towards improving the quality of our lives. AYDA is determined to positively build a community of enthusiastic, outstanding, and compassionate spatial designers. We believe we can provide more to the world through our efforts. Founded in 2008, AYDA aims to help nurture the talents of tomorrow, together with leading architects and interior designers of our generation. Over the years, AYDA has evolved to become an international community. We have grown beyond just being an awards competition, but a holistic growth accelerator and community for design enthusiasts, both students and practicing professionals. By working closely with our network of passionate mentors and judges, the AYDA journey offers hands-on and out-of-classroom experience for our student participants. This is vital in helping young designers reach maturity upon graduating and entering the world of spatial design with a socially conscious heart in their pocket. Through the valuable sharing and guidance from our outstanding mentors and lecturers, our participants will acquire relevant technical skills, explore being creative with designs, and be able to better understand market needs. Many of our beloved alumni are on an ongoing journey to better impact the future by interpreting the pinnacle of good designs. Since 2018, AYDA has been awarding our international winners an opportunity to attend the Design Discovery Program by Harvard University's Graduate School of Design, with all expenses paid. Unfortunately, in 2020, COVID-19 swooped in and struck us, but AYDA has never stopped being resilient against the sudden surge of negativity. We believe in preserving hardship and embracing innovation until the day we can harvest the fruit of our success. Despite the pandemic, partnering educational institutions globally share our sentiment. The number of entries did not dwindle, and participating students' morale alongside their mentors has never been stronger. With AYDA going beyond Asia, we are persistently amplifying creativity and unearthing hidden talents within every young designer. We will continue to encourage our future young leaders to be bold, innovative, and committed to changing the world with significant impact. Be part of the AYDA family and join us in cultivating passionate design communities.
For over 130 years, our culture of innovation has shaped the lives of millions. Building better, brighter, and happier lives full of color and opportunities. It all stems from breakthrough research meticulously developed by leading scientists and chemists at our world-leading facilities. We're all part of a diverse family who, together, make Nippon Paint Asia's #1 paint and coatings manufacturer, offering a complete paint and coating solution for total peace of mind. We're a Pan-Asian family unified and driven by our lean for growth culture of vigilance, insatiable appetite, teamwork, agility, leanness, stamina, allowing us to lead from the front of the pack. Corporate responsibility is ingrained in our DNA, promoting sustainability and developing skills, because people have always been at the heart of our company. Together, we strive for a sustainable business that positively impacts lives. Our ingenuity flows through every drop of the billion liters of paint and coatings we produce every year, adding color to all the industries we supply through strong distribution and in turn enriched the lives of millions around the world. We continue to set new standards in coatings for motor vehicles. Our protective coatings sustain and enhance the performance of bridges, ships, fuel pipes, and chemical tanks. By offering developers and architects a variety of highly durable and weather-resistant options, we make it possible to realize their ambitions. And for our consumers, we strive to deliver the best end-to-end solutions, including design services to perfectly complement our products. We are Nippon Paint. We harness the brilliance of innovation. We inspire the lives of millions now and for decades to come.
The world is truly extraordinary, filled with amazing wonders of nature and breathtaking sceneries in which every human being is unique in their own special way. We are all different in genders, ages, and identities, from diverse family backgrounds, regions, ethnicities, and cultures. We do have one thing in common: ideas. From the things we have seen, the experiences we have gained, and our exposure to the world, we generate infinite ideas to contribute to our society's social, economic, and cultural values, to help build and enhance the world we live in. The world needs change now more than ever, and a push for revolutionary innovation which will thrust us towards improving the quality of our lives. AYDA is determined to positively build a community of enthusiastic, outstanding, and compassionate spatial designers. We believe we can provide more to the world through our efforts. Founded in 2008, AYDA aims to help nurture the talents of tomorrow, together with leading architects and interior designers of our generation. Over the years, AYDA has evolved to become an international community. We have grown beyond just being an awards competition, but a holistic growth accelerator and community for design enthusiasts, both students and practicing professionals. By working closely with our network of passionate mentors and judges, the AYDA journey offers hands-on and out-of-classroom experience for our student participants. This is vital in helping young designers reach maturity upon graduating and entering the world of spatial design with a socially conscious heart in their pocket. Through the valuable sharing and guidance from our outstanding mentors and lecturers, our participants will acquire relevant technical skills, explore being creative with designs, and be able to better understand market needs. Many of our beloved alumni are on an ongoing journey to better impact the future by interpreting the pinnacle of good designs. Since 2018, AYDA has been awarding our international winners an opportunity to attend the Design Discovery Program by Harvard University's Graduate School of Design, with all expenses paid. Unfortunately, in 2020, COVID-19 swooped in and struck us, but AYDA has never stopped being resilient against the sudden surge of negativity. We believe in preserving hardship and embracing innovation until the day we can harvest the fruit of our success. Despite the pandemic, partnering educational institutions globally share our sentiment. The number of entries did not dwindle, and participating students' morale alongside their mentors has never been stronger. With AYDA going beyond Asia, we are persistently amplifying creativity and unearthing hidden talents within every young designer. We will continue to encourage our future young leaders to be bold, innovative, and committed to changing the world with significant impact. Be part of the AYDA family and join us in cultivating passionate design communities.
For over 130 years, our culture of innovation has shaped the lives of millions. Building better, brighter, and happier lives full of color and opportunities. It all stems from breakthrough research meticulously developed by leading scientists and chemists at our world-leading facilities. We're all part of a diverse family who, together, make Nippon Paint Asia's #1 paint and coatings manufacturer, offering a complete paint and coating solution for total peace of mind. We're a Pan-Asian family unified and driven by our lean for growth culture of vigilance, insatiable appetite, teamwork, agility, leanness, stamina, allowing us to lead from the front of the pack. Corporate responsibility is ingrained in our DNA, promoting sustainability and developing skills, because people have always been at the heart of our company. Together, we strive for a sustainable business that positively impacts lives. Our ingenuity flows through every drop of the billion liters of paint and coatings we produce every year, adding color to all the industries we supply through strong distribution, and in turn enriched the lives of millions around the world. We continue to set new standards in coatings for motor vehicles. Our protective coatings sustain and enhance the performance of bridges, ships, fuel pipes, and chemical tanks. By offering developers and architects a variety of highly durable and weather-resistant options, we make it possible to realize their ambitions. And for our consumers, we strive to deliver the best end-to-end solutions, including design services to perfectly complement our products. We are Nippon Paint. We harness the brilliance of innovation. We inspire the lives of millions now and for decades to come.
The world is truly extraordinary, filled with amazing wonders of nature and breathtaking sceneries in which every human being is unique in their own special way. We are all different in genders, ages, and identities, from diverse family backgrounds, regions, ethnicities, and cultures. We do have one thing in common: ideas. From the things we have seen, the experiences we have gained, and our exposure to the world, we generate infinite ideas to contribute to our society's social, economic, and cultural values, to help build and enhance the world we live in. The world needs change now more than ever, and a push for revolutionary innovation which will thrust us towards improving the quality of our lives. AYDA is determined to positively build a community of enthusiastic, outstanding, and compassionate spatial designers. We believe we can provide more to the world through our efforts. Founded in 2008, AYDA aims to help nurture the talents of tomorrow, together with leading architects and interior designers of our generation. Over the years, AYDA has evolved to become an international community. We have grown beyond just being an awards competition, but a holistic growth accelerator and community for design enthusiasts, both students and practicing professionals. By working closely with our network of passionate mentors and judges, the AYDA journey offers hands-on and out-of-classroom experience for our student participants. This is vital in helping young designers reach maturity upon graduating and entering the world of spatial design with a socially conscious heart in their pocket. Through the valuable sharing and guidance from our outstanding mentors and lecturers, our participants will acquire relevant technical skills, explore being creative with designs, and be able to better understand market needs. Many of our beloved alumni are on an ongoing journey to better impact the future by interpreting the pinnacle of good designs. Since 2018, AYDA has been awarding our international winners an opportunity to attend the Design Discovery Program by Harvard University's Graduate School of Design, with all expenses paid. Unfortunately, in 2020, COVID-19 swooped in and struck us, but AYDA has never stopped being resilient against the sudden surge of negativity. We believe in preserving hardship and embracing innovation until the day we can harvest the fruit of our success. Despite the pandemic, partnering educational institutions globally share our sentiment. The number of entries did not dwindle, and participating students' morale alongside their mentors has never been stronger. With AYDA going beyond Asia, we are persistently amplifying creativity and unearthing hidden talents within every young designer. We will continue to encourage our future young leaders to be bold, innovative, and committed to changing the world with significant impact. Be part of the AYDA family and join us in cultivating passionate design communities.
For over 130 years, our culture of innovation has shaped the lives of millions. Building better, brighter, and happier lives full of color and opportunities. It all stems from breakthrough research meticulously developed by leading scientists and chemists at our world-leading facilities. We're all part of a diverse family who, together, make Nippon Paint Asia's #1 paint and coatings manufacturer, offering a complete paint and coating solution for total peace of mind. We're a Pan-Asian family unified and driven by our
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the AYDA Awards International Finale 2021-2022. I'm Brandon. I'm part of the organizing committee and your moderator for today. We'll start today's interior design category in a bit. We did the architectural category yesterday and it was really exciting, really intense, as usual. The theme of the year, Forward, Amplifying Empathy Through Design, illustrates the challenge of designers of today and tomorrow. Where designers of today, we have to deal with a lot of challenges our predecessors have never met, especially with the pandemic coming and going. The world we live in is not the world we know. We're embracing a new lifestyle, new way of design and new way of doing things. At the same time, designers are also burdened with having to strike a balance between commercial and environmental values as they deploy their ideas. The designers of tomorrow have to be defined clearly. Their roles have to be defined clearly. Designers are no longer providing just the hardware aspect to the design, but also the people and the software aspect to design. So today's challenge for our finalists is to really showcase how empathy can be done for both people and environment in different scales in the interior design aspect. Our 12 finalists from the interior design category have prepped a really long time. Some of them have worked on this for about a year, some 6 months. It's really not just a 1-2 days thing. So today is where they harvest the fruition together with our amazing judges who are also extremely dedicated. So the prizes for the interior design category include the Nippon Paint Color Award, the Best Sustainable Award, the Best Design Impact Award, and also the AYDA Designer of the Year Award up to $10,000 USD, with an all expenses paid to the Design Discovery Program at the Harvard Graduate School of Design. Before we begin, I would like to introduce our judges for the interior design category. Mr. Chu Si Kang, founder of Chu Si Kang Space Design and Wu Guan Books, Mr. Horace Pan, founder of Panorama Design Group, Professor Kiet Ong, founder and creative director of Kiet Ong Design, Ms. Leah Aziz, managing director and principal of PT L&B Chipta Design, and last but not least, Mr. Sami Savalti, founder of Sami Savalti Design Studio. These are our amazing panels. You get to see them in a bit. Time allocation for the presentation is 15 minutes. You will hear a bell at the 12th minute and the second bell at the 15th minute asking you to stop. The presentation that requires translation will be done simultaneously, and there will be no added duration for finalists that requires language support. As for Q&A, the allocated time is 10 minutes, 7th minute is the first bell, and 10th minute is the 10th bell. With that, judges, are we ready? Yes, I'm sure our judges are ready. So let's start today with our first finalist, Juno Wong Chun Jun from the Hong Kong Polytechnic University, with his project title Passage Community, and his project ID is 42 for our judges' reference. Juno, over to you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. And can you see my screen now?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So shall I start now?
Yes.
Okay. So good morning, everyone. My name is Juno from the Hong Kong Polytechnic University, and it's my pleasure to be here today for the presentation. So before I start my presentation, I would like to ask all of you a question, and maybe a little bit private, but you don't need to answer me exactly. So how big is your home in your city? Because everyone knowing Hong Kong is an international city, and population is very high, and we are number one household income ratio in the world, and we are number one in working hour per week in the world, and we also number one in the smallest living area per capita in the world. So it can be seen that the housing problem in Hong Kong is very serious. So for the background, my project is about through the design to amplifying empathy to solving the problem in our city. And we know that there are a large number of people living in appropriate housing in Hong Kong, and the living environment is really bad and constrained by the housing expenses and high cost of living. The poor households are often in an extremely isolated social situation, and many of them do not leave their house anyways. And the community support and service and the relationship between the community and the neighbor is also weak. And that's why they cannot only get rid of poverty, but the social isolate often worsen than the poverty. And for me, I'm designed to provide a suitable and affordable housing. The isolated poor households are introduced into a community support network, and so that they can use their resources and support of the community to improve their quality of life and bring a long-term popularity to the land we zone that is community that which is transitional house. And for the target user, according to the government statistic in 2020 and 2021, the rate of 2 to 3 family members applying the public housing is much higher than the other families. There are total 8,090 families, and this proves that the demand for public housing is the greatest for the family which have 2 to 3 persons, and they face a serious problem and higher living expenses, so they may need more assistance by the community. And in view of this situation, I set the target of the project as a smallest family with 2 to 3 people, and I believe that the single parent families and the young families have a more pressing demand for the public housing. And for the single parent families, and the parents should act as a father and mother, and the burden is really high, and it's bring about the lack of patience, sympathy, understanding, and support to their children, and which affect their psychological development. And for the children grow up in a single parent group, and the environment may change their temperament, and some of they become lonely and depressed emotion, and even will develop a mental illness under a strong influence of negative emotion. And for the young families, a research has found that bring up a children is increasingly expensive, but their wage are stagnant for the year, and there are more young families struggle to make ends meet, and as they need to take care of the children, it is resulting some of them cannot go out to work and then cannot gain more money. And for the children growing up in the resources poor environment and have a great psychological and physical impact, and they may have been humbled by everything about themselves and stereotype their identity since childhood. And in terms of this, a nutritional and also has a great impact for the growth of the children. So for my concept, I for the concept of the community, and I will provide a stay. This community will not more than 3 years, and I would like to provide a feeling of vacation, and I hope that can feel warm of the community and neighbors, and through a mutual help and mutual benefit to build up their own utopia and to pass through all the difficulties and connect with each other and create their own story in these 3 years. And that's why my project is called Passage, when they pass through all the difficulties and keep the passage to the next group of family. And for site selection, I will place it in the Tin Shui Wai in New Territory, around 3,000 square feet. And the Tin Shui Wai is surrounded by the rural areas, and there are lots of V-zone land are developing. And so what is the V-zone land? A rezone land is means some of the land owned by the private, but the government can acquire and or lease from them to further a community development process. And there are different community nearby, like some public house, a village. So the community facility is relatively completed and surrounded by the convenience store and 4 types of transport. And there are strong connect by each area and through the process of mutual assistance and mutual benefit, and they can be integrated into the community as soon as possible. And for the development concept, I will divide it into 4 parts: warm community, share green life, and the MIC house, and I will explain it in detail. So for the first part, community, and from the basic arrangement of the community, it mainly separates into 4 parts and 1 community center, 1 greenhouse, 6 block of MIC housing, and the other opening facility. A total 4 exits provided, and it's easy to access to neighboring community. And the overall design is based on the concept of arrows, and it means they can live better in this community. And the passage community provide lots of public area for the user. And the biggest one in the bottom is our community center. And basically it can solve most of the needs of the resident. And the shape like W1 is the MIC housing for people to live. And other basic facility like the sharing bike, playground, greenhouse, garbage area, and the car park to provide to the resident and the people in surrounding area. And as there are limited space and there are lots of space inside in the community is a sharing space. And a new form of rest space will sharing, and there is no need to sacrifice their life needs due to the lack of space in their container house, such as watching TV, eating, and storage large item. And they will provide them a space to know and understand each other and enhance the harmonious relationship between the neighbor. And beside the space, we can also share the father and mother. Children who grow in the single parent family is lack of care, and the concept of godmother and godfather and is to achieve a mutually benefit result. And in the sharing space, the family can gathering and hope regularly, and so that the children can have the opportunity to communicate with other mothers and fathers who are not there, and so is to solve the negative impact on their growth. So for the sharing part, inside the community center, it provides many services to fulfill the basic needs for the family. For example, the waiting school bus area and children's center may mainly help some parents that would go outside for a long time and take care of the children. And the 24 convenience store may meet their daily needs like the washing machine. And I would like to mainly talk about these 3 services. The first one is used toy exchange, and they can exchange the toys with each other and give the unwanted toys to other children. And it is to cultivate the habit to sharing and contentment in children when they're in the early age. And the second one is the second-hand furniture exchange. And it would be wasteful to buy a new furniture every time when a new family moves in, because they don't live in this community so long. And if they can exchange and transfer their unusable furniture, it can save many unnecessary costs and save them money. And the last one is the sharing bike. There are community and village nearby, and the sharing bike can reduce the use of transportation and achieve the environmental protection. And all the sharing facility can bring out the meaning of environmental friendly. And to increase the activity time between everyone, the community will hold a various event like the workshop, greenhouse primary school, family interest class, or some one-day trip with the family, and aims to increase the connection between participants inside and outside the community. So for the third part is about green life. Of course, there are not enough to make our life be more green. And for the green facility, they are mainly focused on 3 parts, like greenhouse, aquaponics and the solar power generator. And for the greenhouse, they will hold a regularly workshop for children to let them know the concept about environmental protection since childhood. And for the solar power generator, it can support a daily use in like a street lamp and an insect cooler. And in addition to effective reducing the electricity bill, they can sell their extra electricity to CLP for addition a passive income. And moreover, a system for community like absorb and store energy is really important to all the MIC house will have the solar power panel installed and the energy can absorb and provide their daily use. And apart from the sunlight, the rainwater can be brought from the same theory, and they can save the water to provide for planning. So for the last part is MIC house. Before I talk about the container house, I will show you the video. So MIC means modular integrated construction. Actually, they are divided into several processes, and it will finish the basic installation in the workplace, like install the board, basic furniture, and combine with the container. And after doing that, it will be sent to the using place to do more further installation, and like they install more insulation material and covered by the concrete. And the MIC housing is finished after this process. And the whole process only takes 3 days for install, and the material to build the house can be used again. So it totally achieves the advantage of low cost and sustainable development. And there are 3 types of transitional house, and the single transitional house is 20 feet times 8 feet times 8 feet. And the other one is a double size for more people to use. And there are also a sharing space for the storage and share their dinner and fun and with the neighbor. And the building can have 11 families and up to 29 people. And like, as I mentioned before, lots of sharing space is a good way to let them know each other and understand each other and to enhance the harmonious relationship between the neighbor. So for the final design stage, I'm take the sun village, like fire at shade green and the moon gray for the main color, and the color palette focus on the orange. And orange is a neutral color and since represents strength, energy, and positive. And orange is also isolated with self-help and help each other. That's the meaning is very close to my concept. And I've made a model for whole design more clearly, but it's pity to I could not show to you in the spot. So lastly, I will show you the final view of the final passage community. The overall design is focused on the neutral lighting of the house, the window, hygiene, safety, and the rent according to the economic ability of the resident. And I hope that the concept can closely meet the needs of the young family and amplifying their empathy to people who has trouble and create a sustainable green life, which will become the blueprint for other transitional house so that more young family can spend their time happily and can feel to truly enjoy the feeling of home. Thank you. This is the end of my presentation.
Thank you, Juno. Thank you. Judges, open for comments and questions. You can ask questions in English or in Mandarin. I will do the translation accordingly. Anyone would like to go first? Okay. Yes,
Yeah.
please.
Juno,
Yes.
I think it's quite a great presentation, but some question pertaining to your layout. So I think firstly, we see the vertical circulation are only through a platform in front for all your containers unit, right?
Yes.
There's no other circulation, vertical circulation other than that. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, then the next question is what is your intention for all the leftover spaces? Because I know you tilted your boxes to align to certain views so that to keep one away from another, right? And it created a lot of in-between spaces, a lot of small kinks and dead spaces. So is that intentional, or are they an oversight on the layout itself?
For the layout, because for the concept is like I developed the community by the arrows, like because I want them to live in this community, have the feeling of vacation, like they will pass the difficulties very quickly, just like an arrow that have a positive direction. So the mainly layout is follow the arrows structure and shape, like something like that. So I will have this layout for the design. Yes.
No, so you are merely saying that you're doing it for form making sake rather than for the actual intention of the to serve the functions. Yeah. So my question I rephrase again. So you have a lot of V, right?
Yes.
When you created, those are the leftover spaces. So are they intentionally left as it is, or is there a missed opportunity there that we can actually use these spaces for some small balcony or even gardens or even communal spaces? Yeah. So is that intentional from your design intent?
Yes.
It is.
Yes.
Okay. I got no further question.
Thank you, Kiat. Anyone would like to jump on for comments and questions? Okay. Let me check. Sammy, Mr. Chu, Horace, Leah, any questions or comments? All good? All right. All right. If that's the case, I will wrap up. Juno, thank you for your presentation. Juno, thank you. Thank you, judges. Yeah, that concludes our first finalist for today. Okay, let me just check. 卓华在线吗？
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah.
Okay, Zohar. All right, 可以. Okay, so Zohar is ready from China. Next, our finalist is Geng Zhuohua from Jianghan University of China with his project 彻一 and I will be interpreting. Zhuohua, 等一下. Tech team, can you switch on the interpretation button? Okay. Zhuohua. 可以了咯。可以，周华，你可以开始了。Okay, judges, I'm a finalist from China. My name is Geng Zhuohua. My project is a retail space for tea, and the whole idea is to rejuvenate an old brand in a post-endemic era to design a space where young people can gather that matches the young preference of young people to bring culture and young blood together. There are two reasons why I choose such a brand. The first is that even the old Wuhan people know very little about this traditional brand called 这一季, but it is also an important part of the influence of Guang tea. So there's no reason for us to forget the roots of Wuhan, which is tea. At the same time, during the pandemic situation, many big brands and other brands around the world has been hit really hard, impacted really hard, causing a sense of crisis in their heritage. So I want to use this as an entry point for brand and space design. First of all, let's introduce the history of this brand. It is a long ongoing, a very historical brand in Wuhan. And from the beginning of the history, Yiji is also the largest high-quality tea house in Wuhan. It collects and curates high-quality categories from around the cities. Then they sell it in Wuhan, making Wuhan a representative city of the tea category, and also making Hanzheng Street the first export tea port in China. The domestic Yiji tea house and Wuhan tea shop dwindled, so Yiji disappeared in the history of Hubei. So more than 10 years ago, the Yellow Crane Tower Company re-registered and reintroduced Yiji Tea House and carried out a brand integration. However, the corporate composition of Huanghelou Tea has not performed particularly well, and nor has developed the advantage of being a local brand. In this regard, we have searched for breakthroughs and found that there have been many types of leisure drinks in China in many years. They have achieved good influence, and we want to introduce these models to integrate with this space to bring tea back to Wuhan. Most of the consumers of these type of drinks and tea are the younger community, and they are also people with the most consumption power and potential in China. So we make use of this persona, and the function includes tea drinking spaces, experience spaces, punching spaces, punching as in like Instagram spaces, and product retail spaces. In this regard, we talked about the source of inspiration. Where did we get this inspiration from? The first inspiration element, which is 这一季, which is the mechanical construction and industrial design at the port. It's very futuristic and it's very rustic, followed by the leaves of the second of the tea leaves, which help us in the graphic design and the rebranding of the project. We think deeply about getting inspiration from the location, and the location of 这一季 will be at the dock, which is designed to be futuristic. This is the detailed geographical location of the entire site in Wuhan at the Zhenghan district, surrounded by very relatively smooth traffic and also relatively engaging area. The Wuhan Arts and Craft Building, which is the location, has 12,000 square meters, and this is the floor plan. And it looks like the 300 square meters, which is the green area of this floor plan. We did a preliminary analysis, and mainly the escape passage above the fire passage below, so that we have a reasonably planned some of it. How do we streamline the spatial result between these two passages? There's also this is a non-load bearing wall, so it can be dismantled and used according to the situation. For the composition of the space, we took into account the firefighting and escape routes and made use of the circulation line in the composition of Chinese gardens to make it feel like a garden that you are enjoying yourself. According to the shape of a previous leaf, a built-in and offset, and partition privately and openly, it performs as a space division between different spaces to create the flow that we want our audience to experience. Yeah, this is the view of the overall design view guideline. The middle part is where we do customer engagement, and that's where the central of the connection and engagement and interaction will be. then we designed the customers streamline where they will be moving from one part of the building to another. It will be very free but not scattered. So there's a migratory route that will form how consumers will navigate themselves within the space. The spaces are sorted out according to the type of activities and the type of experiences we want our customers to feel. Our color selection is from Nippon Paint, and the materials above mentioned, frosted metal, plaster, glass, and leather. So it creates a contemporary look and feel, and brings a different life to the tea laboratory feel. Yeah, this is the axonal and model diagram of the space. This is the overview of the look and feel effect of the tea laboratory. And it will be hidden within like a gem in the dock of Wuhan. So why do I set it like this, you may ask? Because Cheiji itself has been drifting and getting lost in the long history of tea. And it's about creating that nostalgic feeling that we want. So we want to put the store in the middle where history took place, which is under the wharf. So we make the ceiling into the image of wooden board of the whole wharf, and then set the whole column as integrated as one of the port. So it's really bringing that sense of technology and nostalgia all put into one at the terminal. So from the side view, from a height side, Cheiji has not disappeared in the modern history, but is a catalyst to develop the local tea culture as a tech and development center. Here are some elements inspired by the river element. You can see the decorative construction of this spherical shape. The construction looks like bubbles under the river, and everyone knows that the underwater bubble will float out from the water and burst. So we freeze it and we stop the bubble in this space. I want historical precipitation that has passed under the rich history to not dissipate like the real water bubble, but to freeze in the long history of time, so that people in the future can also experience what we experience today. This is an example of how the tea room and the retail space. This is where we experience tea, and people can bring part of the culture of tea to go home with them. This is the leisure area, dining area, and also service area. Yeah, this is more of an open aired space where people can feel more comfortable spending time here and interact with each other. So this is basically, yeah. Thank you, judges, for your time, and that's the end of my presentation. Thank you. 好，老师，请问。等一下，OK, sorry guys, I was in the interpretation mode. 朱老师跟 Horace, 朱老师先吧。
好吧。这样讲听得到吗？
可以。
OK, 你好，同学，我有几个问题想问。第一个是你一直在讲跟历史有关，那这个品牌的历史这么悠久，你从设计上哪一点有可以告诉我们，跟看的直接从肉眼可以看得到 这个品牌的历史厚度跟江边的关系，这第一个。第二个是我们这家看起来很像咖啡店，但是事实上喝茶的方式跟喝咖啡是不一样的。那你中国喝茶的方式很多种，那你现在在呈现的是哪一种喝茶方式？跟泡茶的关系在桌椅上，或是说在动线上有没有体现出来？就是你的功能上的问题，跟你的整个设计造型上跟历史到底有没有从哪里可以直接看到它的连接性？这样能不能再说？
老师，对，好，谢谢老师。wait now. Let me translate for the judges. There are two questions from Mr. Chu. Number one is you talked a lot about the history of tea and the history of Wuhan. In your design, inspiration, and interpretation, is there anything that we can see that has a direct correlation with the history and the river and the livelihood and the culture of tea? That's the first question. The second question is, your design looks very much like a modern coffee house. So the art of brewing tea and drinking tea is very different. And even in China, there are many styles of how people can enjoy tea. Which particular style are you bringing out in this design to go with the tea house? Okay, 周华 you can answer. 周华你可以回答，用中文回答吧。你要先麦克风给我开一下。
OK，就是第一个问题的话，就是原本我们所了解的关于这个品牌的历史其实是非常的少的，我们也是花了大量时间去深挖的。其实它能给出的一些历史信息，其实也就是不算特别多。然后我们所想呈现的一种关系，就是把这个品牌放到当代来去讲解这些就是茶叶和当代年轻的一些关系。因为在当代的一些整体社会上来说的话，大部分的中国年轻人都是处于比较浮躁，比较很难去静下自己的心去完全是去做一个喝茶品茶的这种内容的一个就是行为。所以呢，我们就将其整个空间分布成两个部分，一个部分就像是当今的一些奶茶的一些新茶饮的一些模式，就是以传统的茶叶和现在的一些快捷类的一些茶饮方式进行一个结合，然后去做出一个针对于年轻人的一种符合年轻人的一些喜好的一种模式。然后第二点就是茶室的部分，就是将年轻人的一些饮茶习惯呢，慢慢的向传统的可以静下来去品茶的这方面去做引导。然后呢，整个空间看起来实际上跟传统的视觉方式没有太大的一个关系，但是呢，最终我们想呈现的是，以一个现代化的角度去完成以前传统茶叶的制茶步骤和它的一些一些这种就是这种销售模式，或者是应该是说制茶模式吧。所以我们就在中间是以一个传统的方式去构建了很多类似于这种机械构造设施。实际上它那种都是以一个传统的制茶构件进行一个重构去组成的这个中心的一个视觉装置。所以就体现出了看起来整体的视觉是非常的现代化，更加偏有机械感和构造感的这种感觉。但是实际上细看的话，它的一些有意思的小细节，还是以一个传统的构造元素去给它组成的一个现代构件。对，就是我想回答的两个问题。
Okay, how? Okay, let me just translate for our judges. So, about the brand history, they did dig through, and there's not a lot in that history about tea per se. So his approach is actually about building a new cultural relationship for the youngsters in Wuhan to understand tea from a different perspective. So it's not necessarily from ancient tea culture, but it is part and parcel of the inheritance and rebranded to appeal to the youngsters in terms of their quicker lifestyle. How do we bring tea and integrate that into their lifestyle? The second question about tea is also it's about creating a new process inspired by the traditional processes. So if you look deeper, it's about being inspired by traditional tea making, and then you integrate it to the lifestyle of today, which is very much like milk tea, and then very much like you take and go. So it's really giving tea a new definition and a new life. I hope that answered the question. 谢谢朱老师. Horace, you have a question?
谢谢。这位同学，我想问一下，你是大学几年级了？
我是大学4年级了，现在，
就是毕业班对吧？
对，现在是刚刚毕业，对，刚刚准备毕业。
你这个 project 是学校的 project 还是你个人的 project？
学校的是在我大3的时候，刚进入大3的时候的作品。
OK， 因为刚才朱老师所讲的也是我的一个疑问，除了他的那个问题之外，我有一个问题想问，你觉得作为一个这样的国际比赛、学生比赛，你用这个来参赛，你想有什么对社会、对文化、对传统，尤其你在中国内地，茶文化对于你的想讲的一个什么 statement？ 因为我们看到的这个是一个非常商业的项目。你在做的这个项目像一个商业设计师在做的事情，做得漂亮，但不代表在一个学生国际的学术的比赛里面会一个好的结果。所以我想问的问题是，你想讲的那个最重要的你的 statement 是什么
？OK， 好，我先翻译一下等一下卓华先翻译一下。Okay, a quick one. Johar is in his 4th year. This is a project from his 3rd year, and so Horace's comment and question is, for an international competition, what kind of cultural impact would you like to bring forth through your design? What is the main statement you would like to bring through? From a commercial point of view, this does look like a viable project, but not so much from maybe a competition like ours on cultural value. So he's asking Johar to explain his end goal. What would he like to bring from this project? Okay, Johar 可以我回答了。
OK， 首先是这样子的，就是虽然这个比赛看起来是比较具有这种非常的商业，就是看起来它是更具有这种吸引很大的流量的这种感觉，但是实际上主要问题是我发现在疫情之后，无论是内地还是说世界各地，都会有大量的这种偏向于极其传统的这种行业的一些很多的商业空间，它都会存在很多的问题，导致它的一些商业发展没办法继续，就是会造成一定的经济的问题。所以呢，就是想我们能不能就是将原本的一些品牌，或者是原本的一些就是文化内涵进行一个往更具有消费力的一个群体上去靠，然后呢，就是去解决这一个整个我们中国甚至全世界的一些对于疫情之后经济打击非常大的一些传统行业的一些店铺的这种情况，然后来去让这些店铺，然后去给它赋予一些新的，也不能说是完全改变它的一些商业模式，但是至少能够让它在整个大环境下变得更加的就是更加的好，然后能让它在无论是在视觉方面，还是说是在它的整个的商业行为上面，都能够取得更好的一些成绩，能够帮助这一些受到疫情冲击的一些店铺。主要是这个目的，对。
All right, thank you, Johar. Allow me to explain. Yes, you might on first glance you might see there's a lot of commercial value and a lot of eyeball attraction by doing something like this. But his approach is really about the integration of modern and culture, especially with the pandemic coming in. The survivability for a lot of distance of inheritance and culture in China is very hard to survive in his opinion. So it's about creating these new approaches and bring in consumers that has that consumer ability to ensure the sustainability of this culture. So this culture may take different form, but it is what it is in order for them to survive in today's world. Okay, that would be all. Thank you, Johua, for your time. 谢谢周黄，
Thank
好，你可以下线了，谢谢。Thank you, judges. That's a series of questions. Sorry, Kit, Sammy, and Leah, I didn't even get to you.
Yeah.
And then the 10 minutes time's up. But if you do have questions, you can let me know. I can still ask him offline for you. All right. Now, exciting day. The next one, I would like to invite Amira Afika binti Abdullah from the City University of Malaysia with her project Bakau. Her project ID is 43. Hi, Amira.
Hi.
Hi, Amira. Okay, over to you.
Okay. And share sound. Looking at this beautiful paradise, there's a dark tragedy happened behind this tranquil place. Every memory that happened before is still fresh in someone's minds. Those who are affected by it remember that they vividly claim it happened yesterday. What tragedy I'm talking about? I'm talking about the tragedy that took more than 220,000 lives, destroying cities and settlements, wiping all structure within a minute. I'm talking about the 2004 Indian Ocean earthquake tsunami tragedy. It is one of the biggest and deadliest natural disaster that ever been recorded. The US Geological Survey estimated that this particular tsunami released the energy equivalent to 23,000 atomic bombs that hit Hiroshima city. It started first with an earthquake, which later triggered the tsunami travel at the speed of jetliner. And it reached the coast of 11 countries, including Malaysia. In a blink of an eye, yes, people die. Our country was affected area were the northern coastal area outlying islands, such as Penang and Langkawi. In a total 2 tidal waves classified as tsunami since year 1674. The wave reached out 4-meter high, the strongest ever registered in Malaysia. A total 137 fatalities were reported in Malaysia during that day.
Walaupun telah 10 tahun melalui tsunami 2004 masih sedar dalam ingatan penduduk Penang.
We have to ask ourselves, what led the Mother Nature to release such a calamity in big magnitude? It all eventually revert to us. Yes, us. We are the reason of climate changes, Earth in rapid decline, and yet we turn a blind eye. Animal on the verge of extinction, Antarctic glacier is melting, and when that happens, it is too late for redemption. We need to act now. We do not want the same tragedy happen in Southeast Asia repeating again or worse than before. Is there any hope and solution? Yes, we can't stop tsunami from happening, but we can reduce the impact and save more lives. In the case of coastal protection, we could make use of natural organisms that scattered along our coastline. The answer right before our eyes all along. Why not make use of it? What kind of natural organism I'm talking about? Of course, I'm talking about my sole inspiration of my project, and I introduce you Bakau, Mangrove Ecosystem Culture and Research Center. What set the mangrove apart from other plants found along the coastline? Why is it important to us? The answer lies on the structure of tree itself. As you know, mangrove tree is a type of tree that grew along the shoreline and estuaries tropic and subtropic region. It is high tolerant type of tree that can live even in harsh conditions, has the ability to adapt low oxygen condition amidst murky, muddy water, and most likely to thrive in the intertidal zone. Mangrove play a role in protecting the coastline erosion and the environment from extreme weather changes, help dampening the tsunami, wind or cyclone effect, making less damaging. Apart from that, function as habitat for other living organisms, creating biodiversified ecosystem within surrounding environment. Sadly, roles and function are underappreciated. We, human, did massive deforestation of mangrove forests, name of development and littering, which resulted to ocean pollution that affect the growth of ecosystem and mangrove tree. What does this effect got to do with us? Everything. As I mentioned before, if mangrove forests and ecosystem are affected, it will affect us too. We exposed to rainstorm, flood, land erosion, and also lost source of earth. Some of us may not be aware of the damage we've done. Thus, it is important to raise such awareness and also educate people about the importance of mangrove tree, or we Malaysian fondly known as bakau. That is why bakau project are created. Bakau Center not only serve as mangrove preservation, also aim to be the first urban agriculture hub, consists various activities such as education, social and commercial spaces. The purpose of Bakau Center is to educate people on importance and benefit to our ecosystem and future survival. Site for this project is at the state of Penang, located on the northwest coast peninsula Malaysia along the Malacca Strait capital Georgetown City, Seberang Perai. Consists 3 floor levels, design concept inspired by mangrove roots, which visibly seen in form of interlinking bridges that serve as boardwalk for visitors. As visitors step into the center, they instantly transport to the brackish water of mangrove forest. The center is a place of integration between human and nature. Visitors not only gain understanding about mangrove trees, but also able to have up-close experience walking and living with mangrove. There's Malay saying, tak kenal maka tak cinta, translated to not knowing hence not loving, could create awareness and empathy in protecting the mangrove tree and ecosystem. The ground floor plan consists for research center, reception and marketplace. The ground floor area is a public area and have 3 main activities. The ground floor area already make you feel the bakau ambience even at the main entrance. Example of semi-closed design which features louvers enable visitor to catch a glimpse of outside element and allow ventilation and daylight to penetrate from the interior. For the reception design is inspired by Tetris puzzle block. It is designed this way due to integrated design that could move accordingly to protect visitor from the sun glare. The reception has 2 feature registration, one made by a person and another is contactless, self-check-in and check-out. The ground floor market has designed differently for visitors to experience the life of fishermen. Involved drying process firsthand, activity carved out in the area also help to nurture bonding between younger and older generations. The design feature a cluster woven basket with actual fish drying process. This is where the live caught fishes will be placed. Intentionally designed this way because of irregular different height, create a rhythm, mimicking the breeze and buoyancy of the environment fishing village. The structure city lobby is inspired with wood circular fish setting. The whole structure is made with reclaimed material. Interesting element are the giant traditional woven boo-boo fish trap located on the ceiling. When the light hits structure, it creates fascinating shadow. The square cubicle seater can sit group of people, serve as waiting area for a boat ride. There's a touch of neon blue and green color to create a funky vibe and give the overall look more chill and laid back, as people can enjoy the mangrove scenery with a cup of coffee while waiting for a boat ride. This space also has unique ceiling design so light can penetrate from the roof and create shadow design. For the jetty and waiting area are the where visitors could take the right boat manned by local fishermen to the water resort within Bakau Center. The jetty design inspired by sampan structure is soft. For the first floor is divided according to space and area usage. For this level consists research center, painting area and exhibition area. First floor area, the fish market serves as commercial center area, selling local product and items that related to the mangrove. The fish market is designed with multi-function feature where some of the interior can be doubled up as chair and table can be turned into partition when needed. The design shape is inspired from honeycomb, which is hexagonal shape. Planting serve as mangrove offspring plant while also lending a helping hand in regeneration of mangrove in Malaysia. Also using technology information to connect younger generation. The office and casual study area for the workers situated in this level, dedicated to the researchers and staff of Bakau Center. Like the bridge, the office workstation was designed to resemble the roots of mangrove trees. The furniture for the office is sourced locally, made by local people and made use of recycled materials such as wood, plastic and metal. There is also exhibition in this space, function as education space for the visitor. There are several mangrove trees and cover being displayed in the terrarium, explaining the mangrove tree growth in stages, from offspring till it reaches maturity. In fact, children can experience and understand the growth even better rather than just read a black and white. Through this, they learn how crucial mangroves to our ecosystem. There is also painting area where kids and adults could enjoy. Integrated the painting and resting area. The painting area situated at the lower part enable visitors to express their inner creativity through the drawings. On top of the painting area is a stack of hammock, provide a resting place for those who simply wanted to enjoy and feel the Bakau mangrove view. The layers of hammock created an interesting visual over the ceiling area, acted as sun shading device, but still allowing outside breeze to come in. The rooftop plant contains hydroponic farm, chilling area, and tree machine entrance. Rooftop is the hydroponic farm dedicated to the cylindrical hydroponic terrace. The area served where hydroponic vegetables are cultivated before being sold to hydroponic market. Visitors could also buy hydroponic starting kits and fertilize in the center. Act as indirect education center, giving the visitor an idea how to start hydroponic farm at home. There is also circular tree machine contain a growing tree that can be rotated using solar power energy. For the entrance and chilling area at the rooftop are more peaceful because visitors get to enjoy the beautiful view of mangrove, and during the night they get to see the fireflies. The center also welcomes day visitors who plan for a short visit. From the entrance through the connecting bridge, they already been transported into mangrove forest. As visitors walk further into the center, they'll be greeted by the cage, impressive being inspired from a traditional woven fish trap called bubu, integrated element that combines seating and fishing area. In this area, they can either choose to relax or watch the scenery, while for some fishing enthusiasts, they could experience fishing method using hybrid trawlers featured within the cage area. Those who stay till late evening could have opportunity to watch the light and sound at the cage area. These cages provided an attraction by rotating and emanating light and music for night entertainment. The light and sound is an interesting performance that featured colorful light show combined with traditional music from various ethnic, be it Malay, Chinese, Indian, Kadazan, Iban, Dusun, and more. After the show, visitors could drop by the street food kiosks that offer a variety of local dishes. They could enjoy the food on the go or eat at the provided spot. The bridge symbolized as the invasive of Bakau roots to connect the nutrient to the trees. Like their roots, mangrove forests form an intricate network that bridge life between the land and the sea. Bakau Resort is another attraction that could lure visitors to come this center, offer an unforgettable stay where guests could experience living with mangrove forests, just like an arboreal animal did. The resort design is inspired by mangrove flower, and the resort guests could have 360-degree view of mangrove forest. The whole resort is designed with intricate fins that serve as sun shading device inspired by mangrove roots. Guests could enjoy various outdoor activities near the resort. The resort is accessible by boat or kayak, making a little adventure for the visitor before they reach their accommodation. Overall, the construction is Bakau eco-friendly as it powered by solar panels and depend on natural cross-ventilation. Construction material also adopts sustainable and recycled material. Bakau opted for sustainable water, making use of mangrove forest as natural water catchment area, thus conserving the water resources. Bakau reduced water usage and energy to require processing to deliver center, business, farm, communities, which in turn help to reduce pollution and conserve fuel resources. And thank you Nippon Paint for save our life and give us a new hope. Bakau Center is not just another white elephant project where people would come, go, and to be forgotten. It hosts a myriad activity dedicated to all demographics, the public, young or old, researchers, scientists, tourists and nature lovers. It is education and experience-led trip that is worth repeating. Bakau Center is the future development planning strategy that can solve environment issues, especially touching on climate changes, help dampening natural disaster. In fact, mangrove identified as efficient tropical habitat to capture and fix atmospheric carbon in the pursuit to mitigate an increase in temperature and to adapt global climate change. Bakau Mangrove Ecosystem Cultural Research Center is an ideal medium to educate people on the importance of ecosystem while portraying them the beauty of ecotourism. It is empathy that we need right now. Help us to nurture and sustain our relationship with Mother Nature. Right here, right now is where we draw the line. The world needs to wake up and change is needed. I'm inviting you to step forward, to be seen and to ask yourself, if not now, then when? If not us, then who? I, Mira, present to you Bakau. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Amira, for your presentation. Yes, Kat? Yeah. Kat, you have something to say? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm asking. Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Architect.
Gianna, right?
Amira.
Sorry, Amira. Oh, Gianna. Yeah, Amira, I think it's a good presentation. It's a good topic as well, but I think your for mangrove sake, your tsunami story was a little bit overkill, dramatic, but I think I can accept. And I think for the project wise, right? I think there are some different languages that are injected into your project itself. And I see that you have used some vernacular references, right? But
yes.
I think what I need to ask is in terms of your aesthetic representation, because your project is complex for your age, I would say. So I think well done. So in terms of aesthetic, what are your references? And in fact, are they, like, for example, your hexagonal design, your honeycomb, what are they referencing to? You know, so what is in your mind when you are using elements like this and shapes like this in your project itself?
Oh, okay. Some of the elements like hexagonal shape actually is really practical, because if you can see, there's a lot of sided. So I'm deciding to use it like as multifunction, because we can actually put it as partition, and some of it, as you can see, the ceiling is also hexagonal. So whenever we do the seating area, that hexagonal can be turned into down and then put it down so people can sit down.
Yeah, okay, sorry, I have to stop you because of the time issue. So what I'm asking is not so much of what a hexagon can do, but why are you using shapes and volumes like this in your project? Like, for example, if mangrove is a very organic entity, right? So they don't grow in a regular way. And your projects are almost that I can see a lot of axes that are present within the complexity. So there are certain order that you are trying to create, but why those shapes, why those elements in your projects?
Because of the outside of the mangrove parts is really, as you can see, the shape is different. But when you go to the inside, I play with the shape more, rather than just, I'm also experience it, like what you call that, try different shape. Actually, by that different space I use a different shape, by different, and also different space also I'm using multifunction technology. That's why everything is different with outside and inside.
Okay, leave the time for other judges.
Thank you, Kat. Leah and Sammy, you guys have any questions? Yes, Leah.
Yeah, this is a very interesting presentation actually, but this is, for me, is more to architect. I just need to know, Amira, about your the presentation for the interior. For example, like I see the floor and everything, it's using is a metal and everything. I want to see more story about the interior, and then all the using the materials for the rooftop and then the floor. I think I need your explanation. Thank you.
Okay, so I don't really understand the question.
Yeah,
actually.
because I see you use a lot of things about the more to an architect. I need something that you show it to me about more interior than architect, because
actually, the purpose of doing bakau is to understand the bakau itself. To understand the bakau itself, I need to go outside, like not the interior, so that every interior that's outside. So the bakau is very vast, as you can see. Even the site that I go is very vast. That I cannot even explain it through the interior. I need to make it people not the center where they just used to be mangrove center actually at that site, but then it become like what we call that waste like waste place. People throw every garbage and everything, that it doesn't become mangrove center anymore. And I want to make people experience, and also giving education to them, not just education, and also give the kids to feel how it is like bakau, not only inside but outside experience. Bakau is all about outside, because when you see bakau through the night, they have their own beauty, where it's fireflies, and also like the little sound, and also the night light, especially for the kids to learn how beautiful it is. That's why I need to grow further rather than just interior. That interior, and I think interior and architecture is really blend for me. The design is making me more vast, that I think like bakau need to taking to another step. That's why I make the design.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Leah. Sammy, do you have a question?
Yes, I have a question. Thank you, Amira, for the beautiful presentation. It's so nice that you are so sensitive to nature and very good to use recycled materials. My question is, could you use less material or less design to provide all these functions? What do you think?
Sorry, I don't understand actually.
Could you use less material or less design?
I could use
to provide all these functions.
Oh, okay. I think less. Oh, that's really tough question. I think less design, but less material, more design. I want that one. I want that way. Design is attraction people, but to the what kind of use of material that I use.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
Does that answer you, Sammy, or you want her to elaborate more?
Actually, I need a bit more.
Yeah. Okay, Amira, think about this. Is there a more efficient way, or is there an inspiration for you to use so many materials? Because I think Sammy's perspective is, we want to be closer to nature, but at the same time, there's also a lot of man-made structure. So in that sense, how would you want to elaborate this further? Yeah, thank you.
Oh, from the material I use, people's thinking that I use the recycled material a lot, but actually I use bamboo, recycled bamboo. And also from that is from local waste. They use it like disposable waste. From their waste, we use that as our what we call that furniture, as everything. And also as partition, as you can see, every design I use it like disposable waste from that can be recycled, either woods, metal, or plastic.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Sammy. Thank you, Amira. Anyone else? I have 1 more minute. All right, if that's the case, thank you, Amira, for your presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, judges, before we go for a break, next we have Moira Kayla Ramiro from the LaSalle College of San Benil, Philippines, with her project Marahuyo Design Camp, project ID 44. Hi, Moira. Can you test your mic? Can you speak again?
Hello.
Okay, great. Okay, we can hear you. Over to you.
Good morning. Have you ever felt drained and pressured by the everyday hurdles? We might feel that time is endlessly ticking, like we are running out of it. And there are days that are being hard for us, carrying the burden of hours, struggling and surviving to live. Just like us, others experience it as well. Introducing to you the people from the towns of Laguna, Philippines. It has always been known for its natural resources and recognized for its art and crafts industry. Are you familiar with this intricate wood carving? Or this delicate hand embroidery? Or have you purchased these kinds of colorful slippers? Or do you wonder how these bird shavings are made? All of these came from the skillful hands from my beloved home province, known for their passion in the art and crafts industry. And just like you, the artisans in these communities are undergoing hurdles too, mentally and financially. Stimulating their minds to create pieces is hindered by the pressure of putting food on their table because their primary source of living is threatened to be obsolete. But how are they now? Allow me to show you.
Ako si Monica de Ramos, 87 years old, isang bordadera dito sa bayan ng Lumban. Alam mo na, kinagisnan ko na yung pagbuburda.
Halos karamihan talaga dito sa Lumban, ganito talaga ang hanap buhay. Ang mensahe ko sa mga kabataan, maganda ding matutunan nila kung paano ang pagbuburda, palanganin.
Sa panahon ngayon, talagang nag-wood carving pa rin. Yun ang kinabubuhay dito sa bayan ng Petia.
Kung walang dumadating na buyer, paano? Kaya nangyayari sa amin, kahit walang buyer, tuloy lang ang aming gawa, mga unique item. Kaya lang, puro palabas ang pera.
The technological shift has impeded appreciation for the art and crafts industry. Mass production has deflated the economic growth and reduced recognition for quality handmade products. I am from Pakhil, Laguna. Growing up in a rural area of this digital age, I witnessed how our livelihood has changed. I remember my young self having found to be eager in modernity. A child who gets excited in newly built establishments within the areas, just like what I only see on televisions before. But growing up, realizations came in. It is not the same as decades before. Now, how would I, as a young designer who grew up in these towns, put myself into knowing that the culture and tradition are slowly fading? I am a person of Laguna, someone who could speak from my province. Laguna is indeed rich in artistry, but lacks in support and appreciation, which the project intends to emphasize with the community artisans and bring back the recognition they truly deserve. How can design help? As designers, what can we do? Here is what we can do. Be on their perspective. Be aware of what they want. And know what they truly need. Introducing Marahuyo Design Camp, inspiring, reviving, and supporting artistry with interior design through attention restoration theory. Marahuyo, meaning to be enchanted and attracted. Conveyed through this word is that it establishes the emotional depth of connection by captivating attention. a design camp that offers a refreshing experience for an artistic soul by nurturing creativity and artistry in a restorative environment. A growing interest in rediscovering nature has evolved in recent years, motivated by a fascination within and yearning for natural, as well as desires to improve well-being, circularity, and resiliency. Marahuyo intends to create meaningful camper experiences by making them feel at ease and immersing them in the essence of the environment, while also preserving the province's heritage. Located in Barangay Amuyong, Mabitak, Laguna, Philippines, it is surrounded by art and crafts industries residing in both the province of Laguna and Rizal, accumulating this opportunity and strategizing and promoting their culture. The camp aims to develop the site into 3 phases, foreseeing an expansion for the hospitality industry. Phase 1. We have the lobby, the farm-to-table dining, craft and design studio, and the villas. For Phase 2, we have the expansion of the multi-functional spaces and further expansion of the private villas and suites for the Phase 3. Now, let me show you my thought process. By being aware, by knowing, and by understanding all of these issues, I have to start somewhere. And where else should I start? It is to start for those who also understand the value of the works made by these artisans and therefore influence the artist to the artists. With this in mind, Kaplan's attention restoration theory helps replenish mental state, attentional ability, and attain cognitive restoration in the environment, with biophilia being the foundation of ART. Having this theory as an anchor of Marahuyo benefits the artists and is a way to enrich the artistry in the province. What can the camp do? Apart from the potential to revive and empower the province goods, it provides the opportunity to amplify cultural appreciation, artisanal works, and relearning the part of our art and culture that once flourished, but is now slowly fading amid heavy commercialism. The experientiality of the space will provide personal introspection and retention through engagement, while being in a secluded environment. Every detail of the camp is designed to reach common goals. We have artistic inspiration, mental restoration, and cultural preservation. Sustainability comes at the top when it comes to materiality. With this matter, materials like banana fiber, bamboo, cross-laminated timbers, reclaimed wood, and concrete are used. Nippon paints used are in neutrals as this symbolizes empath, reliable, and tranquil. Other colors are to fulfill a sense of vitality, combining these elements to engage balance within, by mind being at ease and heart being captivated. Now, the restoration begins as we are greeted by the sounds of the waters falling, the clouds moving across the sky, and leaves rustling in the wind. The reception welcomes its campers. One element that is widely featured is this wall panel. Inspired from a distinctive feature called Calado technique embroidery found mostly in our national costume. The fibers are manually counted and stitched together by hands into a variety of open threadwork patterns. The identity which their strenuous work reflects an exquisite culture. The town of Lumban is recognized as the embroidery capital of the Philippines, whereas Paite is known as the carving capital of the Philippines. This wall panel element represents the local artisans in these communities, being the core of Marahuyo. The restaurant for an opportunity to recognize the province culinary pride to its campers. The space sustains a farm-to-table setup where they are allowed to harvest their own meals. fascination. Whereas the camp's mixed-use spaces offer cultural design workshops and exhibit spaces to promote the enrichment of the province legacy for art and craft making. Having our attention helped us to reflect and introspect. This will bring both local artisans and artists together with the needs of restorative environment in a space of appreciation. By being away, private villa induces healthy restoration. For an artist, mindfulness, getting ourselves out of a rut and giving our brains a break by taking a deep dive into a new environment. A safe space to reflect and create. A craft studio where they can discover their mindfulness through arts, surrounded by waters and plants dancing with the breeze. The extension that encourages us to be immersed and engaged with the patterns we are comfortable living in. The villa suite entails the use of natural daylight and ventilation. It is like unplugging from everything, switching to explore new natural terrain, providing campers a space to healthily refresh and interact with it. The compatibility that induces our stay with enjoyment and congruence in the environment, resolving mental tensions created by the fast-paced lives with design and nature working together. These four key components of the attention restoration theory will fill the emptiness that the artist would need to explore by being away, fascination, extension, and compatibility. The camp is not just limited to environmental, but also to socio-economic sustainability, which aims to build cultural interaction between artists and also prosper appreciation for the artisans. It is their hands that create. We must recognize them for their worth and begin to give them what they deserve. Creativity and ingenuity are part of our core identity as humans. And as interior designers, we have the power to create spaces that amplifies awareness. We have the power to create spaces that would safeguard and protect these identities. We have the power to give a positive impact and change lives. Again, this is Marahuyo Design Camp, inspiring, reviving, and supporting artistry with interior design through attention, restoration theory. This is Marta Kaylee Ramiro from the Philippines. Thank you.
Thank you, Moira, for your presentation. Judges, I'd like to open the floor to comments and questions. Anyone would like to go first? Yes, Horace.
Very, very good presentation. Congratulations on all the efforts that you've put. And you're actually a very good presenter. Very, very professional. And I have a key question for you. Because when I follow your story, it seems to me it's like a cultural sustainability issue that you're addressing on your own hometown. But the outcome that I spot, it seems to me is like another beautiful resort or property development showroom. And the percentage of the so-called displaying all these cultural or artisanal heritage part is very limited to some features only. So to me, it's a big puzzle that why don't you put the whole project into original or existing structure, existing house, village house, and then doing an adaptive reuse rather than doing a brand new so-called design center from ground zero, because the authenticity is getting lost. So my doubt is, what is the logic of the whole thing?
For me, there are already community guilds and organizations available in our towns, and they are very inactive nowadays. And also the main problems of the space is that the younger generations are not that interested in continuing the tradition. So the space will serve to empower and to give the industry back. And this Marahuyo Design Camp will tap on these local organizations and these communities as that this design camp would able them to unite, would able them to keep them organized and well maintained in terms of fellowship. So this design camp will serve as a space where they will organize and unite these fellow communities within the province.
I hope that answers you, Horace.
Not really.
Okay. No problem. It is what it is. The rest of the judges, you guys have any comments or questions? Okay, Leah, Sammy, yeah, Mr. Chu. Okay, no one have questions. That's great. Moira, it's all right. Don't worry about it. The judges will figure it out later. Thank you for your time, Moira, for your presentation. Thank you, Horace, for the question and the comment. Okay, for that, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have a quick 10 minutes coffee break. So can everyone come back in 10 minutes? So it's about 11:40 Singapore time. Sammy, I don't know what time you are in, but be back in about 10 minutes. All right? Okay, I'll see everyone in 10 minutes. All right.
Hi everyone, I am Architect Sali Adrisakum, the Chief Judge for AYDA Awards, Architectural category from Malaysia. I've been judging for AYDA Awards for a wonderful 12 years. It's an exhilarating feeling to be an AYDA Awards judge because every year I get to engage with the best minds in architecture and exchange ideas with them and ensure that there is a future for young architects. As a professional, personally, I benefit from the extensive networking of the AYDA network internationally, as well as engaging with the young ideas and young minds of the best in the architectural field from throughout the world. The AYDA Awards is different from other awards in a way that it's curated by professionals for many, many years, and it has an overarching international presence in so many countries. And if you look at quality, that is the best way to benchmark yourself as an architectural designer. Students should enter AYDA Awards because, as in any game, if you play with people of your same ability, you will never improve. You need to play with the best. And in terms of architectural design, AYDA has among the best people in the field. So you need to elevate yourselves. To become better, you need to join AYDA Awards. And it also trains your thinking process so that you will overcome normal problems and be a better thinker and a better solution provider. You don't just rethink the problems, but you also think out of the box. Even rethink the box. The expectation of the judges is always to find something that is surprising, unexpected, and pleasant. And usually we talk about rethinking the norms, rethinking normal approaches, novel approaches, and having solutions that have a meaningful impact in society and in architecture. So please surprise us and make us wow. Don't be afraid to enter AYDA Awards. You never know if your entry might be the winner. Just address the team. Look for solutions that nobody has thought about. Look at the past year's entries on how they actually communicate their ideas and try to make sure that it brings out an emotional response. Because if something moves you, it will move the judges. And most probably, you are a winner. Join AYDA Awards. You might be the next winner.
I'm Un Bun Seong, Chief Judge of AYDA Awards, Interior Design category from Malaysia. I've been judging AYDA awards for 7 years. I feel excited and feel good to see the improvement of design from year to year. I benefit a lot as a judges for AYDA awards. I have a good chance to meet a lot of designers from all over the world. We have a good networking, good time, and of course, we have first time to see all the good design from the students. AYDA awards are different from others competition. It beyond competition. It's a platform to bring all the designer professionals come together to share the design passion. The students have the opportunity to break through and always have a good time. I think students should join AYDA Awards. It's a very great platform for you to come together there, share your ideas, meet a lot of designer professionals together and enjoy a good time. I hope to see a good design ideas and concept. The design that can bring impact and improve people's life and the communities. And I want to see their creativity to push to the boundary. Hi student, just be yourself, be passionate at what you do, and don't be afraid to take the challenges. Join AYDA Awards!
Hi, I'm Tanay. I'm an architect and a self-taught photographer from Pune, India. I'm the winner of Asia Young Designer Award 2018-19 Architecture category. I got to know about this competition through my seniors in college. I eventually applied for the competition. While going to Chennai, I was kind of excited as well, but nervous because, this was my first time in front of such huge audience. When we reached Chennai, on the first day we had the mentoring session by Ethos, where they explained about how do you present at nationals, how do you put forth your project, put forth your story in front of the jury members who are there. The moment when they announced the gold winner and when they called out the name, that was the astonishing moment. I was super proud that I won, and now I'll be representing India at the Pan Asia level in Singapore. The first day was the mentorship session arranged by Nippon Paints. All the students, all the finalists from 15 different Asian countries were together. The kind of energy, the kind of excitement of being together was at its peak. Subconsciously, you have that in mind that you are presenting in front of very eminent architects who have inspired you through their work, and you are now presenting in your work in front of them. So it's an honor as well, and a kind of big bag on your back. We were learning from each other, and big platform for a student who is recently graduated. So after the presentations, Nippon team took all the contestants and the jury members to a kind of short Singapore tour, and we did the boat ride around the river, and they explained about the architecture in Singapore and what stuff is coming, the technology, the architecture, the landscape. And in this journey, I made a lot of friends. My roommate was from China, and all the other friends from Thailand, Vietnam. So it was a kind of quick formed family with us, all the young budding students, everyone so talented was just coming together and having fun. So before the award ceremony, we had the presentations by eminent architects from Japan, from Singapore, of how the urban designing came and changed the Singapore completely, as now we look at as the successful model of urban planning. And all the lectures were very inspiring, but somewhere down the mind everyone was waiting for that moment of the award, the announcement of the award. And finally that moment came, and I won the title award for the architecture category. It was the first time India won this award in the 11 years of AYDA.
Now to announce the winner of the Asia Young Designer Award for the architecture category, I would like to invite Mr. Wee back on stage.
And the winner, Mr. Tani Narendra Botara from India. So it was a very, very proud moment for me and India as well. So
So after winning the award, I knew that I was now going to Harvard for the 6 weeks design course, fully sponsored by Nippon, and I guess that was a dream come true moment for me. You know, it's Harvard. It's every architect's dream to go there and study there. It's winning this award was a huge thing because like my life changed overnight. You know, before the award, I was just another student who was studying architecture and who had participated in AYDA. And after winning the award, you know, it changes completely. It just like kind of living a celebrity life for a moment. So after coming, many interviews were lined up with the national newspapers, the international magazines, and now I was heading to Harvard. This award had just opened doors for me at such a reputed university. And yeah, the next day was the registration day, the day when we were starting our program. We were now introduced to how the program would be, the modules of the program, and how we would be curated in 6 weeks. And my fellow course-mates were from all around the world, aging from 18 to 50 years old. The thoughts of designing which were coming in weren't just from the people who are from designing background, but there were students from medical background, music background, physics, chemistry, maths, and just name it, they are there. So this wasn't a typical studio where all the architects are coming together and learning, but this was a kind of studio where young students are coming in and putting in their thought of what designing should be. And throughout the program, my perception of looking to architecture, perceiving spaces completely changed, and I feel like, you know, I kind of got a little matured in terms of designing. I am kind of very happy that my journey landed me here, and in retrospect, I would like to say that, you know, kind of seize every opportunity you get, because you never know. It was just one task for me to apply for the competition. It completely changed my life. Participate in this competition. It's rather than competition, this is a very interesting journey of learning from others, learning from your colleagues, all the talents from all around the Asian countries, from the jury members, from the mentor sessions which happen. So I guess it's a wholesome design experience which Nippon has created through AYDA award, and I'm super proud that I was the part of this.
Hi everyone, I am Architect Salih Adri Sarkum, the Chief Judge for AYDA Awards, Architectural category from Malaysia. I've been judging for AYDA Awards for a wonderful 12 years. It's an exhilarating feeling to be an AYDA Awards judge because every year I get to engage.
Welcome back to our second segment, where we will proceed with the AYDA Awards International Finale for the Interior Design category. Next on, we have Vanessa. Correct. Next on, we have Vanessa from the Nanyang Academy of Fine Arts, Singapore, with her project Sunny Pavilion. Her project ID is 45 for our judges' reference. All right. Vanessa, hi. Can you hear me, Vanessa?
Yes, hello.
Oh, like, hi. Ready?
Just a second.
Sure, no worries. Take your time. Whenever you're ready, Vanessa.
Okay, yep. Is my screen visible now?
Yes, it's visible. Yeah.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to my presentation. First, let me introduce myself. I'm Vanessa Merawijaya, representing Singapore for the interior design category. My project is entitled Sunny Pavilion, a village enrichment center located in Muntigunung, Bali, Indonesia. This project is an ode to the beloved island I call home, Bali. Being away for 2 years from my home and my family wasn't easy, but the deep longing and the memories of the island that continuously comforted me by carrying on and keeping myself occupied during this COVID-19 pandemic. An island that I was born and raised in. This is my home, and it has given me so much memories of warmth and happiness. This project is a little girl's dream to give back to my home, Bali. A beautiful, peaceful, alive, unique, and yet so often a misunderstood place. This is not the perfect island, as it is often portrayed by millions of other people, but rather the side of Bali that is unheard of. A side of Bali you may hard to believe, thanks to the glimmering and the glamorous pictures that hide everyday poverty. The contrast between the wealthy part of Bali and the east of Bali that made me feel very sad, exceedingly sad, because basically it wasn't fair. The global pandemic has devastated Bali tourism-based economy, causing poverty to surge across the island, where tourism accounts for 80% of the local economy. It has exposed the vulnerability of relying solely on fragile tourism. A big question came to mind. Has Bali become a victim of its own success? The number of women and children who are begging on the streets has surged since the COVID pandemic started. Muntigunu village, named as the poverty house of Bali, as where most of the beggars are coming from. This ties in with the three main issues. First, the low level of education. It associates with the limited skills and weak human development. Number two, the poor awareness, the mindset to earn quick cash, resulting in continued cycle of begging. And lastly, the overlooked infrastructure that causes lack of job opportunities. It is important to consider the village and its people while envisioning the future of the village from a design perspective, starting with the understanding of tradition and then considering it how to express as we adapt with the present age. And based on my finding, through a forward-thinking process, I'm exploring a multidisciplinary approach through rural rejuvenation, and this development is related with 1. Ecological development that supports the village without causing damage to the environment. Number 2, the economy sector by creating welfare jobs by transforming the village resources into economy advantages. And 3, education, implementing education through a vocational system to enhance people's capacity for self-development. Sunny Pavilion pursues the modern after achieving a clear understanding of tradition and culture. By taking on the challenge of discovering how to integrate Bali traditional aspect with contemporary era and modern living spaces. And next, this chart shows how the role rejuvenation strategy would work by identifying the problem and then creating initiative through ideation and having a clear target area through intensive planning and an end goal with a design future thinking. It aims to shake off poverty, but it is a starting point of a new life and new endeavor. And always being mindful of the foundation and basis of Bali inheritance, the goal is to create space that is in accordance with times. And I will be playing a short video without sound, an introduction to the village. Muntigunu village is one of the island poorest, most neglected communities. The village struggles with the inability to grow crops due to the barren dry land, water scarcity issue, and the lack of employment opportunities. And this forced many women and children to resort begging in the tourist-packed area of South Bali. My visit to the village helps me achieve a deep understanding and also appreciation of the village and the people. I discover a village with so much potential. The chosen site is a 20-minute walk from the Montegano village. The project values tradition and upholds the foundation and basis of the inheritance of Bali. It creates space for the modern era. Sunny Pavilion will provide a new platform to centralize production and adding a sense of social responsibility to improve people's mindset. The rural rejuvenation strategy, through economic development that encourages the locals to make the most out of the local resources. There are the palm trees and the roseal flower that are commonly found throughout the village. The villagers are also known to have a great crafting skills and hoping to create more jobs so they can support themselves. And now let's move on to the concept. Taking the traditional Balinese philosophy of life, the Trihita Karana as the concept. It means the three well-being of philosophy of life. And by first, this concept, it creates a harmonious relationship with people and nature that leads a balanced and prosperous life. The concept is applied as the center of orientation of the courtyard, the spirit of the place, and it creates a sense of unity. And next, divide. The space is divided based on function into 4 pavilions. And next, to adapt. The pavilion is carefully positioned to create a better user experience. And lastly, emphasize, to create a sense of importance and by twisting one of the pavilion that houses the communal space. And the layout plan shows how the concept is being applied, as the courtyard is located at the center, as an embodiment of connection between user, internal space, and surrounding nature. I would like to elaborate further on the user experience journey, starting from the introductory, by using vocational education and training services for learning new skills that can benefit their livelihood. And next is to discover where the fresh produce can create jobs that are welfare in nature. Moving on to the experience, improving the productive condition to expand commodity production. And next, to expose a multi-purpose space to improve the social exchange between user during the production. And lastly, to connect a communal outdoor space for the community to gather and prepare their ceremonial activities. And now I'll bring you into the Sunny Pavilion. The compound itself nestles as a precise and defined figure in the landscape. The aim is not to fit people and their lives into space, but it provides space where people can feel the comfort of living and working. Comfort is sensed by different people in different ways, and space that satisfies everyone may not exist. But this project aims to do whatever it can to approach this ideal by putting shape into comfort, and that is the aim of Sunny Pavilion. And things that are authentic are always adaptable, and I have observed and explored the traditional sitting position of the people, adapting it through fixtures that are scattered throughout the space. Next, we'll be moving on into inside of the workshop, a space that is flexible in usage, designed to hold classes, training services, gatherings, and others. Vocational education will enhance people's capacity for self-development by breaking down the mindset of begging to earn quick cash in order to escape poverty and develop the regional economy. It also features the space-saving table that can be folded up when it's not in use. And this space can be used as a big hall or separated as an individual classes. And stepping outside, there is the mingle area, pockets of seating intended to create interaction. And these are some of the Nippon paint colors that is used throughout the projects. Zooming into the detail of the common window seat, the window shutters allow direct connection with the nature and provide ventilation. And next, the courtyard. Central to the compound, It is the spirit of the place, and it creates sense of unity. A communal space that can be used as a gathering area, preparing for ceremonies, and even trying for the resale flower for production. Stepping inside of the drink pantry, where they sort out the dried resale flower, unpacking, and even making the over drink. This perspective section shows where there are sustainable strategies that have been applied, such as the rainwater collection and the cross-ventilation system. And let me elaborate further on the rainwater collection system. The map here shows the roof plan and the location of the gutter, and there are some details of the gutter itself. And next, let's move on to the food hall. This is the main production hall of Mutigunu fresh produce, like others like cashew nuts and dried fruit, collected from the farmers around to be sorted out and packaged, the product to sell. Stepping outside the courtyard, here shows the form of the building. The diagram here shows the transformation from the traditional Balinese house by inverting the roof lines to enhance the connection between user and the surrounding nature, incorporating sustainable strategies such as the rainwater collection gutter. Next, another view of the courtyard. It promotes harmony among fellow human beings through communal cooperation by promoting unity and spiritual harmony manifested in numerous rituals and offerings to appease the spirits. And lastly, the pavilion, where the production of crafts takes place and the processing of the palm sugar. And this slide shows the maturity diagram, how the use of concrete and bamboo, and the new material like concrete with a traditional twist with the bamboo texture left on the concrete surface. In conclusion, hoping that Seni Pavilion can be a model of infrastructure for other villages, it embraces the idea of rural rejuvenation to create symbiotic relationship between urban and rural environment. It does not only provide a new avenue for development, but also making valuable contribution in improving rural infrastructure by breaking down the cycle of poverty through transforming people's mindset, focusing future of the island. And this map here shows the potential future development for other villages. Here shows some organization to work with, and I believe each village represents significant history and heritage, and these are valuable resources for socio-economic development through ecotourism. And this approach is not a one-size-fits-all. Through a sustainable development path and a deep understanding of the local conditions, it can be replicable. By connecting through empathy and leading it with compassion, together we can lift a village out of poverty. And that brings us to the end. I'd like to thank you for your time and your attention today.
Thank you, Vanessa, for your presentation. Judges, yes, Kiet?
Hi, Vanessa.
Yes, hello.
I think it's a good presentation, very systematic in terms of your planning, but I'm struggling here to differentiate because this is a public building, right? It's meant to attract tourists. You have museums and facilities. You have production house all under one roof. So I'm struggling to see how do you differentiate the transient tourists and the visitors from the service provider. Also because of the background and context that you are designing this from. This is Indonesia, Bali, right? So there is a different way people consume the food, the locals, right? Some, they may use their hands, right? And tourists may not be accustomed to that. And then in terms of seating, you have a different seating posture, right? To accustom to the local. Yeah, but if you are you're using this as a tourist attraction, then how do you cater to that tourist class? So can you explain from your plan the consideration you have put in between these two groups of users for this building?
I think the first look at this project, it looks like very touristy, but I would like to start this project as a independent infrastructure that helps the village in terms of centralizing production. And through that, it helps the village to give them a sense of responsibility. And tourism is still the next step as the world is still recovering from the pandemic.
Okay,
And
sorry, I just stop you there. That's beside the point. The point is to have that ambition in your master plan, you have to be able to cater to it. So which part of your plan caters to any outsiders that are visiting this place? Yeah, so how do you do that in terms of your planning, or is there no consideration for that at all?
Of course, there's still consideration, especially in terms of let's say a weekday. For the weekday, the local can use this space for their production center, and especially during the weekend, there will be catered for the tourist group to come in to this place and take a look.
Okay, correct. So from an interior design point of view, how do you do that transition from a designer point of view?
I would like to embrace the idea of the idyllic Balinese village feel through the vernacular interior space and the feel and the look and touch of the space. I would like to embrace that rather than putting just solid benches and chairs. So there are structures that are adapted from the people, the locals' sitting position, and I would like to embrace that rather than putting just chairs and tables everywhere.
Have you done that in your plan already? In which area?
Yep. Can I go back to my slide? There are the mingle area that are catered at outside of the workshop, and also there is this window shutters area that can be open where people can sit on it when it's the windows are open.
Okay, I leave the time for other judges. Thank you, Vanessa. You have answered 70% of my question, but it's okay. We leave it for the other judges.
Thank you, Kiat. Sammy, Leah, Sammy first? Yeah. Sammy, do you have a question? Okay, thank you. All right, Leah?
Hi, Vanessa. I'm in Bali now, actually. So
I'm also in Bali right now.
Kid has I think I have actually the same question, but you know, Bali is have a regulation for budaya, you know, for the seni in Bali. I didn't see that Hita Karana in your design, and you know, if you build a building or interior in Bali, you should have a fit body and head. I didn't see that because this will be a good presentation for tourism if come to your place. But I see this is I can see the divided between the people, Balinese and tourism in this case. Same with kids told you before. And I just want to know, where is the Tirta Karana in your interior design? Because I didn't see it, the connection between Tirta Karana and interior. Thank you.
So the concept is actually applied as the courtyard itself. This is as an embodiment of the sense of place and the spirit of the place. So it may not directly translate it as physical shapes, but rather the idea of how these three causes of well-being, like the people, the nature, and the spirit. So the courtyard itself, it brings the people, the nature, and the spirit, the god, where they do like their ceremony, their ritual. So it brings everything together, like the center of the Trihita Karana diagram, the symbol.
But if you, as you know, just a moment, as you know that, and the regulation of the in Balinese is very quite. You should know, but all the interior in Indonesia, in Bali should connected between the regulation and the interior itself. Can you explain to me, please?
The interior and the
And
regulations.
the regulation, because I just made a airport, and then the regulation is stick with the interior itself. So they always changes the design with the regulation. So you should know about the regulation. Is number 5 regulation for interior in Balinese.
There are
About the
different.
culture.
Okay,
About the
there are
culture.
different. There are different rules. Wait, should I continue?
Oh, no, continue. Yes, please.
Okay, there are different rules and regulation in Bali. There are also different beliefs, but Trinita Karana is just the philosophy of life in Bali, not the architectural rules that I apply here, because I think I want to break down and also adapting it through a contemporary perspective. So rather than using the traditional, which will affect the whole space, I would like to explore a new idea of the philosophy of life rather than using the traditional Balinese aspect, Balinese rule.
Okay, then. Thank you.
Thank you, Leah. Thank you, Vanessa.
Thank you.
Judges, any more things you'd like to add on? All right, if there's no spots, no questions and comments, that will be wonderful. Thank you, Vanessa, for your presentation. Thank you for your time. Thank you. Okay, judges, I would like to introduce our next finalist, Chin Chen Hao from the Chongyuan Christian University of Taiwan, with his project Daily Dialogue Gallery. His project ID is number 46. Chen Hao, timer up.
Yes.
All right, you can start anytime.
Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. Hello everyone, we are from Taiwan. In this period, you and I and the whole world, we all need to remove the gap and start dialogues. And we all need healings as well. 我们是日常对话美术馆 Daily Dialogue Gallery. Our design is based on a story. It's a true story. A girl faced some difficulties in her life. And I was there, listening to her, trying to give her my support. It inspired me. I'm now presenting the story to you. We have family embrace us when we are at home. We have friends embrace us when we are at school. However, when we are alone with our mental pain or struggle, where else can we be embraced? Here, it is a psychotherapy clinic in our city. Living in a stressful city like Taipei, a psychotherapy clinic can be a comfort. This is a place for people to have a space for conversations and to talk to people and listen to people. However, we are always care about what other people think. Therefore, it creates a strong obstacle between us and psychotherapy clinic. But just like we may get sick sometimes, our mental health may also get sick. When that happens, how do we learn to have a dialogue in order to get healings? Our design starts from the heart, reversing the old image of a clinic. We redefine what healing means in order to eliminate the invisible wall between people and to solve these existing problems and create a new style psychotherapy clinic, a safe space. The question is there a place where a psychotherapy clinic can be designed and utilized? We have found a place like this, a big circular-shaped community. And the ground floor is 2 stories high. with the large-scale stair greeting us. As we go up the stair, we see a series of corridors linked by bridges. Look down from the bridge is the hustle and bustle city. Among the residential housing, there are smaller stairs leading us into a sky garden behind the community. We start to find how people live here, drying clothes and planting. And we are like a stranger who intrudes into their life. However, the residents are so used to it. Through our multiple exploration of the place, we started off as an outsiders. As we explore and make friends with these passionate communities, we became a part of their life. Let us unpack our heart. And we are touched. We are the insiders there. They need, we care. Then our design takes place. This is the Huazhang residential apartment in the Wanhua district of Taipei. It was built in the 1916 years. Because people had moved up, it became an old circular community. The 4 blocks were divided by 2 roads. It has a distinctive circular bridge, a community corridor, and a sky garden behind the community. Based on the uniqueness of the site and the lifestyle of the residents, bring psychotherapy clinic into the heart of the community as our main approach. By renewing the impression, bring the design into the embrace of the community. We have 3 approaches we want to achieve. Resonate the spirit of the place by the community. First, the design of the clinic becomes a gallery, providing art prescription, inviting people to start their psychotherapy journey, turning sessions with daughter into artistic creation. With multiple mediums, use art creation to start a journey of a therapy. Second, especially we incorporated psychotherapists download Winnicot's application into this community. Inside is psychotherapy, outside is daily life. Within this series of Sky Garden, the small to large gaps as a starting point of two-way integration of therapy and daily life. And third, we take semi-artist perspective to find the potential nodes, dismantling and reconstructing the clinic within the community, using the image of the heart to create special layers for each node, scattered throughout the community. The clinic expands in the community and creates special linkage. Based on the thoughts above, we retain 62% of the residential space here, while keeping the openness of the community. The remaining 38% of space is used for psychotherapy, 50% within 38% area of private treatment room, and the remaining 23% becomes the gallery space open to public. In addition to serve as a space for display of patients' art creation, and partially became the stage for display of residents' daily life. And through the extrapolation and research of the space and the dialogue between the anotherized building, it starts to overlay with the community and create undefined and ambiguous transitional space. And the 6 psychotherapy centers are: from the circular bridge, you can find the first hard entrance, wide open, backyard, connecting, 2-side exit, and skywalk linking the gallery and the community at the existing anotherized building. For special developments, by opening up a gate from residential to the community, we introduce the diverse scale stair into the entrance of the space. And the gallery's white box pushes outward, resonate the residence extension of the riding floor as the living room and the growth of many illegal structures from inside out. So that each open gap becomes the starting point of therapy and create a dialogue between the gallery and the community. In this colorful community, we use white as the background color of the gallery. However, the red is resonate the warmth and passion that the community brings to us. It's not only a color, it serves as a guide in this wide space, just like residents leading us into a gallery and the therapist leading us into a private treatment room. The first, heart entrance, opening a heavy door of the heart, entering the reception waiting area of the clinic. Follow the red guide to the heart. Here, you can express your feeling. As you enter the evaluation room, you will get a prescription. And then you will take the art prescription and enter the heart backyard. On both sides are the gallery exhibition rooms. In the middle, there are private consultation rooms. A balanced line, symbolizing psychotherapy, connects the two areas, linking the open exhibition room and the private treatment rooms. The community backyard, we saw the closing and opening of glass door. The psychological behavior of special barriers is conveyed, and allowing the gallery to create a multi-directional spatial interaction when it is open to the public. It also allows the gap to become another small backyard in the community, where people can meet and chat, hang out while doing laundry, walk into experience the artworks, and extend the behavior of planting flowers outside their homes. The community backyard is where mutual interaction and understanding take place. And then a place where hearts meet. The entrance from wide to narrow. These people experience an emotional change, make the gallery exhibition rooms and the clinic in between this community gap. Then there is a side exit of the heart, bringing the daily behavior of the residents into the exhibition space. Leaving the treatment room, follow the red and grateful pavement with a healed heart and a refreshed body. The other side of the heart exit, between the gallery and the clinic, a skyline opens up the dialogue with the environment, through which the change of the day are perceived. And the gallery exhibition rooms is also used in a various of ways, not only display the artworks for patients, but also available for us when come here. And to local residents display their artworks and become a community classroom within the gallery. All of these are a pathway for all patients when entering the clinic. And then we will lead you to the daily dialogue gallery, from the entrance to the exit of the heart. Our hearts all need a place to belong. Can be a home or psychotherapy. Here, we have found a place to belong and where we can be embraced. We have transformed the traditional psychotherapy clinic into a gallery, providing art prescription, inviting people to start their psychotherapy journey. The first point of heart entrance. Open a heavy door. Get into the creative corner. Each window view is the beginning of a daily integration. Every gap is an extension of community behavior. After leaving the heart entrance, turning around, looking into the heart backyard. First, we enter a disordered exhibition room of our artworks, and then a balanced line symbolizing sex therapy, linking the private treatment room. The vertical gap is another small backyard in the community. Finally, the heart exits on two sides. It also symbolizing the end in the psychotherapy journey. We open a window to the sky, where people and the environment can have dialogue. Before you leave, shading the colors of your creation, and start a journey with the heart. The community has embraced us, and we also feel the void of this community. When we have dialogue here, it opens up each other, make a psychotherapy clinic become daily presence. And all this is based on empathy. And this is a gift from the residents gave to us. Let's plant a seed in this community, and we hope this dialogue will sprout here. And the gallery is to represent our observation on this social and environmental issue about psychotherapy and community. And then, from a story listening person, we are able to become storytelling person. 日常对话美术馆 Daily Dialogue Gallery. We start with a community, making psychotherapy as a daily dialogue. This is my presentation. I'm Qin Zhenghao from Taiwan. Thank you, everyone.
All right. Thank you, Chen Hao. Mr. Chu also raised his hand. Chu first, and then Kiet, and then Horace. Yeah, everyone has questions. 朱老师，你先来吧。麦克风先开一下。麦克风，对。
不好意思，我手举得很酸了，我已经举了很久了。哇，那个好，我觉得那个同学做得很用心，然后呢，也实地去实践的这件事情，看起来挺感动的。但我有几个问题想要问的。第一个是，到底这个日常对话为什么要到老人区域这件事情跟老人有什么关系？然后你有提第一个跟老人到底有什么关系？而且你提到的是那个心理状况有问题才去那个老人区域这件事情，为什么要把那个看心理医生的诊所放在老人区域里面？你到底想跟老人做什么样互动？这件事情没有直接的看到。那不能在户外吗？不能在海边吗？不能在山上吗？不能在其他地方？为什么指定要在老人或是一个很老的区域里面？它的特点在哪里？第二个，为什么你要用红色？因为心理学上来讲，红色是暴力跟性的象征，但你那个区域在一个很平静的老人，而且即将被淘汰的一个城市里面的一个区域里面用红色，你的企图心是什么？我比较好奇这两个，这样子好吗？请回答我，谢谢。
你回答之前，我先翻译一下。Mr. Chu has 3 questions. First is why do you select an older community? It's an outdated community in a suburb in the city of Taipei. So why that location? And you're talking about bringing in people with potential psychological issues and integrate them to a heritage community full of older members of the society. What is your intention there? Why can't we do this elsewhere? Why does it have to be in that particular location, in that particular context? And the last one, in the context of color psychology, red represents violence, and it seems like red is a really out of place color to use for psychological services. and to place in a place that is so peaceful and serene. So Mr. Shu would like you to answer all 3 questions. Chen Hao, you can 你可以用中文作答，我会帮你翻译。对，
好，评审老师好。首先，关于第一个问题是，其实，在大家来看这个，它其实是一个50多年的老旧的社区。那当我们来到这个社区的时候，其实我们有看到这个社区，许多大家其实外表上看不到的另一面。那像是经由我们多次的探讨，在这个地方的探索，我们其实发现了这个地方其实绝大多数其实住的都是老人家。那也因此，大家来看这个地方的时候，可能会觉得这个又老又旧的社区，会觉得可能它就是某种程度上会被污名化。那也因为这样子，但是它就像是一个生病的社区一样。那除此之外，我们经过我们多次在这个地方的探索，我们会看到说，这个社区还有许多是我们外表上所看不到的。那像其实是除了这个社区本身，它的建筑形式具有某种程度上的独特性，从一个环形的天桥联系起各个住宅们，然后联系起各个人与人之间的关系。然后，而我们心理治疗的这个介入，我们是希望可以去打开这条界限。然后我们希望让我们这个诊所介入这样子一个老旧的社区呢，我们可以与社区互相做一个支撑，然后互相缝合彼此的需要，然后开启一个同理心，那去展开一个比较实验性的非典型心理治疗场域。是，那在关于为什么用红色呢？红色这个色彩其实是我们这个社区它居民们带给我们的一个感觉。当我们其实第一次来到这个地方的时候，我们其实是非常的陌生。那直到我们第2次、第3次，很多次来到这个地方的时候，我们开始跟这里的居民们开始建立起了关系，然后开始认识了他们。那他们与我们之间的互动，就是让我们觉得是非常温暖的，非常的热情。所以我们以一个红色这样的色彩，在我们这样一个白色的美术馆里面，去让它作为是一个指引，让它不只是一个红色，让它可以也是一条指引线，就像是居民们陪伴着我们走入这个美术馆一样，就像是来去呼应说，我们从一个陌生人，然后进到这个社区，被这个居民们给包容、被涵容、被拥抱的一个样子。
All right, thank you, Chen Hao. I'll just translate loosely to everyone. So it's a 50-year-old suburb in Taiwan, and most of the people living there are disconnected older generations. And the whole community lacks vibrancy and connectivity with the rest of the world. It feels like it's frozen in time. So by blurring the lines and bringing in a psychological center with support services like this, they're hoping to build a co-support system, to build a non-conventional and experiential approach to psychological matters and mental health matters in Taiwan, because it's not a very common issue. So they're trying to create some kind of attention and anchor that people are not afraid to talk about it. And the idea of using red color is actually a reflection of the passion and friendliness and the tolerance that the local community have towards visitors. So it's not so much on the emphasis on violence, but an emphasis on red as in passion. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. 苏老师 OK 好
OK
好 anyone else have any questions or comments? Yes, Kit and then Horace. Okay, sorry. Yeah.
Sorry. 我用英语问答，你有问题吗？那个，因为为了节省时间，我用英语来问，你会有问题吗？
老师用英语问，你用中文答吧。可以吗？
好，
还是要我用中文问？因为现在为了节省时间，不然我们还要翻译。你理解 OK 吗？
中文好了。
OK， 那我就用中文。最怕你听不懂。OK， 那个你用的是一种很碎裂的方式哦，把那个新的东西带进一个老区里面哦，所以有一点针灸性的针灸性的那种方式哦，来注入那个新的物体，所以我觉得那个整体的那个 project 我觉得做得非常好，很深入但是呢有一个问题就是往往这类的那个项目存在一个问题就是什么？因为你现在老人家好好的在那个小区里住着哦，那第一你是要把新生命带入，新的人潮带入这样的一个小区哦，你甚至把它 转成说变成一个博物馆。那现在那些老人和居民现在已经变成了那个展品了，所以这样的话，你要从你的那个方案里面要解释一下，就是说你怎么样应付这样的一些负面的一些心态，就是说原本坐在那里好好没被打扰，有自己的一个空间，现在空间被占用了一半或者甚至更多，你怎么样处理这样的一种心理状态？从你的那个设计上。
Right, thank you, Ken. Just let me translate very quickly. It feels like part of your work interrupts people's daily life and routines, and you are turning the space into an exhibit space to the external parties that are engaged in that space. So how would you handle these thoughts and negative impact? Okay, 建豪来。
好，老师好。那关于这个问题呢，我们这个美术馆这个 gallery， 我们其实它展示的是就不像外边大家所想象的 gallery 一样，是可能是非常漂亮的，然后拥有非常许多高级昂贵的作品。我们这个 gallery 展示的是艺术创作下的作品。那除此之外，我们也可以希望就是借由我们在这个社区当中的这个日常的体验，我们希望能够借由一些空间的引导，让居民们的一些日常的行为可以局部的慢慢开始渗透进来这个美术馆里头，让这个美术馆的让这个居民们的日常也可以成为这个美术馆的一部分。而除此之外，这个美术馆我们也是希望它是展示着我们设计者对于这个社会环境议题下的观察，我们将这样子我们的观察投射到这样子一个小小的美术馆，希望它就像居民们他送给我们的那一颗种子一样，可以这样子慢慢在这个社区里面播种开来，这场对话就会开始慢慢的展开。是。
Right. Okay. So it's not so much of your conventional gallery, it's more an artistic approach, and using wayfinding to slowly integrate the life of the people living there into the artistic approach rather than the other way. So it's not about our artistic display or our approach changing the life there, but it's the life that people living there, they will impact the way we appreciate art and we do art on mental health awareness. Thank you. Horace?
Well, I think it's overrun already. So I give you a very quick question. I like a lot about your approach on the adaptive reuse. Okay, community building instead of from ground zero, you build up a new structure, new architecture. Because this is the power of interior design that I believe. So my question is, if I'm going to ask you to cut your scale into like half of it, what program will you remain? Because now to me it's too big. Your project is too big.
OK， 如果要砍一半，你要剩下的是什么？如果你的这个整个项目，对，你最想留下来的那几点是什么？
好的，老师好。关于这个问题呢，如果需要在这个设计上有砍一半的话，那我希望保留的是可能，因为我们在每一个小据点里面，我们都有就是以一个缝隙，一个社区的缝隙去展开。那我们希望让这个留白的缝隙，在这个社区当中是可以充满着各种可能的。居民们可以在就是自然而然的引入这个缝隙来，就是从事他们的日常行为，种植花草，晒衣服。那因此，我们让这个缝隙就会成为是一个心理治疗发生的开始，让这样子一个缝隙慢慢的开始从一个小影响之大。因此，我们会希望就是最希望保留的就是这样子在社区当中的每一个小缝隙，让各种日常行为，让各种心理治疗都从这个缝隙开始展开延伸出去。那么这也就像是像我们的生命也都是一个疗愈的旅程。那我们希望我们透过这个日常对话美术馆这个社区的小缝隙，可以去让我们这个地方开始作为一个疗愈的开始。
All right, thank you. So if he can only keep half of what he have designed, he wants to keep the in-betweens and the gaps because that's where the little things happen, where the community and the residents go on with their lives. And it serves as a very strong catalyst for people to appreciate life and understand that life is a journey and the mental health rejuvenation doesn't mean it has to be formal. It is really the little things that we do that matter. Thank you, Horace. Thank you, judges. Yeah, that will be all. Thank you, Jian Hao, for your presentation.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, 谢谢. All right. Next, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite Angelica Ayularas Kinanti from the Institute of Technology Bandung with her project Ramu, Traditional Medicine Center. Her ID is 47. Hi, Angelica.
Hi, Brandon.
Hi. Okay, anytime when you're ready.
Have you seen my screen yet?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Okay. Just wait a minute. Okay, I'm gonna start now.
Yes, please.
In a world full of cultures, spice and herbs are essential things in our daily life. And spice has been affecting the way we consume something because this exotic edibles has been used not only for its flavors, but also for its medicinal benefits. I'm Angelica Ayularas Kinanti, and I'm from Indonesia, the tropical country has been long known for its richness in the culture and in the soil. And in Indonesia, especially in Java, these medicinal products are called jamu, the centuries-old homemade wellness drink. And the knowledge to produce jamu is always inherited from generation to generation, making it an indigenous knowledge. So let me give you the bigger picture. After the herbs are harvested, women gather in the kitchen to process the herbs. It is a very Indonesian tradition for women to cook together while catching up with the local gossips, maybe talking about what's going on around, or maybe just exchanging recipes. There's so much things we can talk about in a single chit-chat. As well as the others drinking jamu with their social group over light conversations, light snacks, football games, chess, and other kinds of board games. And to keep it hassle-free, jamu can also be bought through legendary street hawkers, namely Mbok Jamu. She would come daily, knocking on your front door, carrying heavy basket of jamu, just to ensure you take your daily boost. And these are the small, mundane activities we never imagined how a glass of herbal drink could take part in shaping the richness of social bonds in Indonesia. So I visited a national research facility of Indonesian herbal medicine. I was escorted through the facility to see the jamu plantation, the very, very old artifacts of traditional jamu utensils, and I was told how jamu took a big part in the daily life of the former Indonesian society. And that was when I realized the Indonesians were currently losing a big part of our identity. Because right now, jamu sellers are losing their job to the decreasing demand. There are many fraud and stigma of herbal healing. The preferences of Indonesian youngsters are shifting to modern beverages and modern medications, and less people inherit jamu to their children. And if this continues, we'll meet the extinction of jamu. So we need a facility that will support the environment of modern jamu for both the local community and also the broader target. It is a symbiosis of mutualism to make the outsiders understand and blend in with the tradition, while also for the locals to innovate their products to fit modern tastes. So I present you Ramu, an Indonesian traditional medicine center, an experience center located in Yogyakarta, a city with the largest number of jamu home businesses. This facility is intended to be the vessel for local jamu sellers to broaden up their market, and also as a center to reintroduce jamu not only for its products, but also to present the social environment it brings. So no matter what your background is, you will be guided to understand better about jamu and the people around it. So as one of the objectives is to reintroduce jamu to newer generations, and in order to gain their trust and their willingness, the effective approach should no longer be theoretical learning, but for them to understand jamu holistically. And as for the broader target, the people coming in will also vary, and there are people who come for the first time or never tried jamu before. That's why they have the need to know, they have the need to try, and therefore they will gain their trust to consume jamu. And that's on relevance. And for people on medication or regular consumer, they come back because they need to heal. They need advice and also treatments. And there are also the group of people who's willing to buy the products. And that is on reliability. There are also visitors who come without any visiting purpose. But that's actually quite simple because what they're asking for is actually entertainment. And we need to provide amusement for them. That's why the zone is divided into 3 areas: the learn, the observe, and the experience. The learn, which is the museum, to fulfill people's need of relevance. The observe, to fulfill people's need of amusement. And the experience, to fulfill people's needs of reliability through workshop, dining area, shopping. And the flow inside the building will be spread evenly into each zones. The materials used are adapting from the utensils made of stone, wood, and bamboo, which then translated into stone tiles, wood veneers, and bamboo weaving from Desa Brajan, an art village in the west of Yogyakarta, whose weaving craft has become their main economic pillar. And the colors used in this facility are dominated with the raw colors from the materials applied. Yet the final color seems kind of dull without the application of stains. So we use Nippon stone shield for the stone, timber shade for the timber, and Nippon paint for general paint. And moreover, the use of stains prevent the material from external factors that will cause damage. Now we're going into the studies. We study the habit of Indonesian people cooking. We don't only cook in standing position, but also in a seated position, cross-legged, kneeling, squatting. And we do that in groups while having chit-chat with each other. So it is then translated into a kitchen counter that accommodates both cooking positions. And for the dining area, rather than making it a formal dining area, I would like to bring the culture of Indonesian informal eating and drinking. Inspired by Sau, which is a gazebo commonly used for gathering point, we took the main 3 elements, which are the roof, the table, and the floor. And when we eat, the sitting position is not always in a 45 centimeters height because we sit on the floor sometimes or use a stool. And sitting on the floor means we can maximize the capacity of the table. And what's very fascinating about our eating culture is that we don't mind to eat in the same table with strangers. And the little gestures of asking to pass the tissue, to pass the sambal, or the spoon and forks are the silence breaker that starts an organic conversation with each other. And this is the final result of the dining set. Not to forget the jamu stall, rather than making a conventional jamu shop, this facility adapts from the legendary jamu cellars, where the glass bottles of pre-made jamu are displayed. So here it is, ramu, the Traditional Medicine Center. As visitors walk in, they will be welcomed and served at the front desk. The first area, the Learn. Get yourself unravel the story of Jamu through a museum visit. The exhibit maximizes the usage of human senses to deepen the exploration and learning. For example, we have the hands-on exhibit of stone mortar right here, where the visitors can do a simulation of pounding, for pounding the herbs before other process of jamu making. We also have trivia to stimulate interaction with the tour guide, interaction with other visitors, or even interaction with the exhibit itself. And also we have the jamu tasting booth to stimulate taste buds, where visitors can try a sample of jamu. The second area, the Observe, an integrated greenhouse providing the facility a place for observation, for plantation, as well as an open green space for common use. The third one is the Experience, as the main area where the social activities are set. The first one is the workshop area. This is the place where people can get their hands on to jamu. We taste it, we drink it, we learn to differentiate the spices and how it is processed. Because it's more than knowing jamu. It is understanding what you consume and how it benefits yourself. The next one is the dining area, the area where people gather to have a feast, to enjoy Indonesian cuisine, and to build social interaction with each other. And in the long run, this facility targets the increasing demand of jamu, as well as the tourism growth. So supporting the government's program to reintroduce jamu to broader market, Ramu will be a big impact for the society. It can be a vital commodity for jamu itself, broader job opportunity, and the possibility for the surrounding villagers of Yogyakarta to bring back jamu as one of the economic pillar. A forward thinking that all started from a humble glass of homemade herbal medicine. A priceless cultural heritage delivered in a simple message of homemade medicine. Jamu will not only heal, but also serve you the warm hospitality of Indonesian people. Through Ramu, the Indonesian Traditional Medicine Center. I'm Laras Kinanti, and thank you for listening.
Thank you, Angelica, for your presentation. Judges, over to you for comments and questions. Leah, maybe you would like to start? Or Sammy? Anyone? Yeah, Leah. Yes, thank you.
Hi, Angelica.
Hi.
This is a good presentation. I just want to know for the tourism, of course, because tourism is most important things nowadays after the COVID-19. I just want to know the divide between the people who come to the Ramu for the tourism, because I didn't see that you have the store or souvenirs to buy it in your layout. Can you explain to me for tourism coming to Ramu?
Okay, thank you for the question. I'm gonna explain.
Because they also have a souvenir after if you see the storytelling and everything, and then people wants to buy something for buying a jamu. So, thank you.
Okay, so the target market itself is very broad. for Indonesians and also for international tourists. And for the age, actually, we can divide them into two groups, where for the youngsters or for them who never tried jamu before, we can group them into the educational tourism, while for the elders, we can group them into health tourism. So as the market is grouped into two, the youngsters, the target programs for the youngsters are to learn, are for educational things. Like that's why we have the museums, because they need to learn. They need the basic information of jamu first, and they will try jamu for the first time, like in museum. But for the elders, for them who have tried jamu before, they come because they have the need to heal, especially for Indonesians elders. For internationals, I think it will be into also to the educational tourism. They have the need.
Can you explain it in your layout?
Oh, okay. Let me share screen.
Sorry, because I need to see it in the layout.
Please wait a minute.
No worries, take your time.
Can you see my screen?
Okay.
Okay. So we have the workshop right here. The workshop right here is for everybody. Everybody can try. But for the museum right here, as for the educational tourism, it's for the youngsters. And also we actually also have clinics, like an informal clinic. It's not like the one you see in a hospital, but it's more like treatments, like a consultation with the doctors, the doctors from Kementerian Kesehatan who are those who are going to present like what you need about this jamu itself, what kinds of jamu you need from this.
Okay.
For further explanation, maybe that's why I have this souvenir area, because in the target market itself, we have the people who's willing to buy the product, who's coming there to see the plantation, to buy the raw products, and also the traditional medicine as processed product. I hope that answers the question.
And how big is the area itself?
For the plantation?
Yeah, for all these museum and everything. The area, how big is the area in square meter?
Around 5,000 meters square.
Okay, that's quite big then.
Yes, because we also have the plantation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Angelica. Thank you, Leah. Anyone else? Sammy, do you have anything you'd like to?
No, I have no question.
Great, wonderful. Kiet, Horace, any question? Okay, all good. Thank you, Angelica, for your time. Well done. Thank you, Leah, for asking questions and giving the comments. All right, thank you, Angelica. You can log out now.
Thank you.
All right, next, before our lunch break, next we have Pacaraku Pasom Wang from the Kim Mokut University of Technology, North Bangkok, with her project called Pause In. So she will be presenting in English, and the Q&A will be assisted with a translator in Thai. Hi, Pacaraku.
Hi.
Are you ready?
Not yet. I will join.
Sure.
Just a moment, please.
No problem. Masaka, are you our translator?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, hi, welcome.
Thank you.
All right, over to you. All the best.
Thank you, Brandon. I'm not sure that my screen is shared already or not.
Not yet. Can you try to share your screen?
Is there the button to share now?
Yeah. There's a green button. Share screen. Yeah.
It had no the screen button to share.
No share button. Yeah. Tech team, can you guys assist? Wait, don't worry. Taka, can you help me? Tell her in Thai. Maybe there's a green button there supposedly.
Yes.
A share screen button. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. เห็นปุ่มสีเขียวที่คิดขึ้นว่า share screen ไหมคะ
ขึ้นแล้วค่ะ
โอเคค่ะ ลองกดดูได้เลยค่ะ Okay, so I think she saw the button now.
All right, thank you. Okay, thank you everyone. Let's start. Judges, what the ID is 48. Thank you everyone. Okay, Pacharako, you can go. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Pacharakun Pasomwang. I'm interior design category from Thailand. I'm proud to present the first in the memorial shelter. The story of the artisan rural Kachun sub-district, Pipun district, Nakhon Si Thammarat province. The traditional ways of the life, including farming, hunting, and trapping rubber tree, was done and disappeared from the mudslide and landslide. And leaving only the memory and the ruin, also letting the natural recovery in this area. It has been called Switzerland, Thailand at the present. However, one thing that has still remained and become the main way of their life today is the rubber farming. In my context, I have strong connection with my deep bond with this area. My whole family have a rubber plantation, and my friends are also the direct rubber tree men. The day without rain, they will go to trapping the rubber tree, but no one know how hard to do it. The farmer owner just think about how much the money that they get today, what is the price of the latex today, but they never saw the person who do the work for them. They value the worker who only generates money to collect the rubber waste for them. And the question is, how is his quality life is good enough like the other rubber? Is he tired today to doing the work in the night and eating in the mid-morning? Is his sleeping place is okay? Is the shelter be able to dot the rain or the sunlight? And they also to face another problem, that is the value of the rubber that is not enough to live with. They have to find other options to do the extra work in order to survive. And from having conversation with the rubber farmer about their way of life and their katam or the cottage. And it was found that the main problem is the accommodation, which is hot, stuffy, and not very good for land protection. Doing the various routines that are not convenient to do, they should, including eating, living, bathing. That is all the problem of the dying rubber sheet that needs to be collected quickly when rains come. And they have to sell the rubber sheet during the low rubber price that needs to be sold on a daily basis. The Pala tree farm is planted in a pit which is a scale in 8 times 3 meters. And one kanam is provided for 700, which is used for take a nap, break time, belonging phase, and the scale of the kanam is just only 2.4 times 2.4 meters, which can be lived with only 2 to 4 persons only. So it's too tight. And they have the place to dye the rubber sheet, but the problem is it can't stock by itself. It's hard to collect when the sun then rain or is less capacity. But imagine if what if it would be capacity more and getting the more stocking space, not only from their farm, but also from the other farm. So it can make more money, right? And today, the Port and the Memorial Shelter Project want to create space to solve the problem of the quality of life of the lumber farmer and the problem of intermittent low price as one the way to deal with the problem of the lumber price at this time. So we started to show the location project, which is close to the present historical tourist area and having the regular lumber tree plantation. And the location of the project is based on the original layout of the old farmer shelter. And that is the area is the owner is the government to provide them. And the site analysis is a beautiful nature and without the fast before. To the area context was analyzed in terms of the sun, the wind, the land, and accessibility to the area. Then I started to put the function follow the old activity to know the timeline of using the canal. And the canal or the corset is not being used in the day without rain only. So this is the activity timeline. We started at 2 to 3 a.m. It's time to bring the equipment, to prepare the equipment to the canal, having the coffee in the morning before go to trapping the lumber. And making the lumber trapping at 3 to 6 a.m. and at 3 to 9 a.m. waiting for the latex setting and returning to the canal, taking a shower, changing the clothes and resting. And at 9 to 10 a.m. wake up to collect the latex. And at 10 to 1 p.m. bring the latex to the canal, make the lumber sheets and starting with preparing the latex, combining the latex with water or namsom or the portfolio. Start with a mixer and filter it with the white cloth. Pour it in the basin and scoop the bottom bubble out, and then divide it in the template and divide it in the 50 sheet for one set of the template. Average for one piece of the lumber sheet for 3 kilograms. And bring it into the lumber sheet and wash the water out and lower it into 100 times 80 centimeters and get ready to dry press for 3 days. When finished, we will get the size of the lumber sheet in 70 times 55 centimeters and sell to the exporting market. And this is show all the activity that they do. Therefore, I began to solving the problem and designing with the concept as among what they have. So I just have to cut a few trees for getting more sunlight and for the dye lumber sheet press and return this tree to be a wood for construct and decoration. The soil from the side, which can be cut and filled, I return it into the retaining wall and lamp earth. And for the lumber sheet, which is defected and cannot sell, I use it to be the collection, to be the decoration and furniture. And for the mixture of the wood chip and the latex can be made for the installation for the loop. So it's all the zero waste and sustainable. So this is a guideline of the Pala lumber farm, which is a grid of 8 times 3 meters. For the left side is the tree that we cut out. And this is a top view. And this is the master plan which I follow the contour. So moving to the design part, for the first part is the lumber farmer shelter. This area will be temporary sleeping area for the farmer for sitting, relaxing while waiting for the latex collected. And that is a space to put the personal item, equipment, and lumber plantation here. And for the material, we use the Pala lumber wood for construction. Although it is soft wood, we use the coating material from the Nippon pen to make it more durable, sunproof, landproof, and moisture resistant, and using the retraining wall from the soil in the side of us. And using the defect step lumber sheet sewing together to be the comfort mattress for take a nap or sleep. And this is a perspective showing the mood in the night. On the light side, you will see the wall light or light for design for the ventilation and can be closed or open for privacy. And the behind is using the parawood to hold together and decorative it by the traditional fabric of Nakhon Si Thammarat province. And using the pala sheet to be the curtain in the front and decorative the lamp by the bird cage of the farmer and decorative more by the pala sheet that defected. This is another perspective showing in the morning that everyone doing the work and someone take a break. And for the part 2 is the multi-purpose area. This area is designed to two parts. One for having a breakfast and two for welcome area or exchange the knowledge or meeting or the government checking this area. And we use the defected rubber sheet again for doing the stool for setting and mattress same. I designed this area. I use the rubber sheet with this defect to decorate the ceiling and reflected that the rubber sheet is the value of the farmer. It's the land all over the head and the rubber wood make this frame wood and for hanging it. And also use the wood for the wall and the floor. In using the lamp earth on the wall right side to recognize the historical landslide as a memory. This space is a space for the festival, and festival it can be changed by activity at that time. In the third part, it's a part of the bathing, which is designed based on the lifestyle of the original bathtub, using the roll as a shower and as they usually but make it more privacy and have better ventilation with walls light or firelight, improve their quality of life to be well-being and comfortability. Overall, I didn't change the old lifestyle, but I preserve local lifestyle. As you see, for the section 4 is the rubber sheet processing area. It is the area for the processing according to the various process. The equipment is depend on the villager, which they can supply themselves with the traditional method like I above mentioned. This is a perspective that's showing the processing in the front, and behind is the dry phase of the rubber. And in the section 5 is the rubber sheet drying area. This is for designed to be able to receive the sunlight and the wind to make the rubber sheet dry well. The material is used the pala wood and the lamp earth for the floors from the soil in the side. Yes, and the design of the rubber sheet dry function is using pala wood to be alive for hanging, and it be able to dry more fast. And the rubber sheet can dry as more to 360 sheets before, and it's 50 only, and it's flexible and can be movable, so we can let the other villager and store it and get some fee from them. By the designing is compact space for the dyeing, easy to transport, to lift, to remove, and it's convenient for the rubber plantation to keep and align the rubber sheet is they also increase the certain length. And this is a rubber stock storage area. We designed this area to the store rubber sheet. We can't deny that money is not important, right? We designed it to solve the problem of periodic of low rubber price. In this area, they do not have to like to sell the rubber sheet when it's low price. Instead, just stock it and just sell for some part when the price is high enough. It will be sold in the large quantity to get money in form of high yield saving. In terms of stock collection, it can be capacity more, though it is the same area site. So we can let other village deposit their rubber sheet in this area and get some income from helping collecting and maintain their rubber sheet. And using the pala wood or the rubber sheet to make a shortened frame to ventilate, like this perspective, to showing that the rubber sheet stock is hang over and some are ready to sell it on the floor. And we added the method with made of the rubber sheet for sitting, resting for the toilet for outsider. The outsider can come here because this area is a historical area. They can come and learning like a local lifestyle of the farmer, and they will pay some money for give an income for the farmer. And this is show the final para rubber sheet when it within the transpiration. This perspective showing the time of the person in the night when starting work, and in the morning, and in the evening. This is a section showing the activity and length on the contour and showing on the each space. And next is the overview of the project, which can be seen that the process is a part of enhancing the life of the rubber farmer without changing lifestyle way of living through the design from the material that they already have with zero waste and sustainable, and recollecting the past lifestyle with an understanding as a human, but making a quality life better and equal as a human being as a laborer who deserve a good quality of life like everyone else, as well as improving their income and increase and extra earning, and preserve the pala forest with sustainable and preserve the local lifestyle of historical area as a memorial shelter when you put in the project. And if person can actually happen, this project will improve the laboratory farmer life quality to be better by the things that they had and solve the problem of low rubber fly as well. Person project is a prototype project that is not only used in Thailand, but also can be used in other countries in Asia, such as Malaysia, Indonesia, Vietnam, or other countries who face with the same problem, to emphasize and making the quality of life of our fellow human live better as anyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Macharako. Okay, Mataga, get ready, yeah? Judges, I would like to open the floor for comments and questions. Anyone would like to jump on? Yes, Horace and then Sammy, okay? Horace.
This time I'm the first. Huh? All right. I only have a very simple question for you, given that you are overly professional. The project is like to me, it's like a startup pitching for around a panel investment, angel fund investment to roll out this social innovation oriented project around Asia. So my question is the user research part, because I do think that the whole design is like a shelter oriented environmental system design. I'm not sure whether you have adopted user participatory design methodology or not. Usually, the user will give you a lot of problems, needs, hopes, so that you develop the whole solution. And the user right now seems to me is like, from your rendering, it's like tourist. It is like very funky family, rather than the local aged and elderly or kind of farmers that locate in no matter which village that you are talking about. So I'm not sure whether this is your hypothesis or whether this is a real interview that you've conducted when you do this design.
ขออนุญาตแปลนะคะ ก็คือในช่วงแรกเนี่ยคุณฮอเรสก็มีการชื่นชมนะคะว่าการนำเสนอเนี่ยทำได้อย่างเป็นมืออาชีพมากนะคะแล้วก็ดูเหมือนกับเป็นโครงการเหมือนสตาร์ทอัพเลยทีเดียวนะคะแต่ว่าคำถามเนี่ยก็คือในขั้นตอนของการเก็บข้อมูลนะคะของผู้ใช้เนี่ยได้มีการเก็บข้อมูลที่ผู้ใช้ได้มีส่วนร่วมหรือเปล่านะคะคือเนื่องจากว่าเวลาที่เราไปทำการสัมภาษณ์ผู้ใช้หรือว่า user เนี่ยเขาจะให้ข้อมูลเราในเรื่องของความต้องการในเรื่องของข้อท้าทายต่างๆซึ่งจากภาพเรนเดอร์ที่ทางผู้ประกวดทำมาเนี่ยเหมือนกับว่ามันเป็นภาพครอบครัวที่ดูเจ๋งๆดูเป็นทันสมัยนะคะเหมือนกับเป็นนักท่องเที่ยวมากกว่าที่จะเป็นคนในพื้นที่คนท้องถิ่นหรือว่าเป็นเกษตรกรสวนยางที่เป็นอาจจะมีผู้สูงอายุด้วยนะคะก็เลยไม่แน่ใจว่าได้มีการภาพที่ทำออกมาเนี่ยมันเป็นสมมติฐานของทางผู้ประกวดเองหรือว่าเป็นการเก็บข้อมูลจากผู้ใช้จริงค่ะ
This is a real research. My friend in my university is a laboratory man, and last 2 months I talked with him, and he say like it's not convenient for stay there, and I just research. For this project, is a project. The farmer in the shelter is a family. They live like a family, have the many generation. For the mother, sister, or their daughter or brother is a very sorry. It's have too many generations to stay there, and I research all the generation, asking my grandmother, asking my mother, asking my aunt for do this project. Understand me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, well understood. Good.
Thank you.
Thank you, Horace. Sammy, over to you.
Yeah, thank you for the beautiful presentation. I actually love your renderings, material usage, design approach. My question is, apart from the colors of all natural materials, if I wanted to add some color to your project, how would you do it? What do you think?
ขออนุญาตแปลนะคะก็ก่อนอื่นบอกว่านำเสนอได้ดีนะคะแล้วก็ชอบภาพเรนเดอริงของผู้ประกวดนะคะแต่ว่านอกจากสีตามธรรมชาติของวัสดุที่ผู้ประกวดจะนำมาใช้แล้วเนี่ยถ้ากรรมการถามว่าถ้าอยากจะเพิ่มสีเข้าไปในโครงการนี้เนี่ยจะทำยังไงได้บ้างคะ
If you have to add more, first I attend to do the original color, right? But if we add more color, we can add the color of the traditional fabric of Nakhon Si Thammarat, because this area is a historical area. It have one fabric that's called Phayok Nakhon. It have 3 color like green, red, and black in the fabric. We can use this fabric to be the decorate in the space when this project can develop. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Sammy. Judges, any other question? All right. Aya, anything? All good?
All good.
All right, well done. Thank you, Pacharako, for your time.
Thank you.
Sorry?
Bye-bye.
No, you did well. Don't worry about your English. Yeah, you're wonderful. You're amazing. Yeah. Don't worry about your language. Yeah, don't worry about it. Okay, have a great day. Thank you, Pacharako. Judges, we'll now have a 30 minutes lunch break. Everyone can be back by 1:45 p.m. Singapore time.
Okay.
All right, Sammy, please have some coffee. I know it's a long day for you too.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I'll see you guys
Okay,
at
thank you.
1:45 p.m.
Thank you.
Hi everyone, I am Architect Salih Adri Sarkum, the Chief Judge for AYDA Awards, Architectural category from Malaysia. I've been judging for AYDA Awards for a wonderful 12 years. It's an exhilarating feeling to be an AYDA Awards judge because every year I get to engage with the best minds in architecture and exchange ideas with them and ensure that there is a future for young architects. As a professional, Personally, I benefit from the extensive networking of the AYDA network internationally, as well as engaging with the young ideas and young minds of the best in the architectural field from throughout the world. The AYDA Awards is different from other awards in a way that it's curated by professionals for many, many years, and it has an overarching international presence in so many countries. And if you look at quality, that is the best way to benchmark yourself as an architectural designer. Students should enter AYDA Awards because, as in any game, if you play with people of your same ability, you will never improve. You need to play with the best. And in terms of architectural design, AYDA has among the best people in the field. So you need to elevate yourselves. To become better, you need to join AYDA Awards. And it also trains your thinking process so that you will overcome normal problems and be a better thinker and a better solution provider. You don't just rethink the problems, but you also think out of the box. Even rethink the box. The expectation of the judges is always to find something that is surprising, unexpected, and pleasant. And usually we talk about rethinking the norms, rethinking normal approaches, novel approaches, and having solutions that have a meaningful impact in society and in architecture. So please surprise us and make us wow. Don't be afraid to enter AYDA Awards. You never know if your entry might be the winner. Just address the team, look for solutions that nobody has thought about, look at the past year's entries on how they actually communicate their ideas, and try to make sure that it brings out an emotional response. Because if something moves you, it will move the judges, and most probably, you are a winner. Join AYDA Awards. You might be the next winner.
I'm Un Bun Seong, Chief Judge of AYDA Awards Interior Design category from Malaysia. I've been judging AYDA Awards for 7 years. I feel excited and feel good to see the improvement of design from year to year. I benefit a lot as a judges for AYDA Awards. I have a good chance to meet a lot of designers from all over the world. We have a good networking, good time, and of course, we have first time to see all the good design from the students. AYDA Awards are different from others competition. It beyond competition. It's a platform to bring all the designer professionals come together to share the design passion. The students have the opportunity to break through and always have a good time. I think students should join AYDA Awards. It's a very great platform for you to come together there, share your ideas, meet a lot of designer professionals together and enjoy a good time. I hope to see a good design ideas and concept. The design that can bring impact and improve people's life and the communities. And I want to see their creativity to push to the boundary. Hi student, just be yourself, be passionate at what you do, and don't be afraid to take the challenges. Join AYDA Awards.
Hi, I'm Tanay. I'm an architect and a self-taught photographer from Pune, India. I'm the winner of Asia Young Designer Award 2018-19 Architecture category. I got to know about this competition through my seniors in college. I eventually applied for the competition. While going to Chennai, I was kind of excited as well, but nervous because, this was my first time in front of such huge audience. When we reached Chennai, on the first day we had the mentoring session by THOS, where they explained about how do you present at nationals, how do you put forth your project, put forth your story in front of the jury members who are there. The moment when they announced the gold winner and when they called out the name, that was the astonishing moment. I was super proud that I won, and now I'll be representing India at the Pan Asia level in Singapore. The first day was the mentorship session arranged by Nippon Paints. All the students, all the finalists from 15 different Asian countries were together. The kind of energy, the kind of excitement of being together was at its peak. Subconsciously, you have that in mind, that you are presenting in front of very eminent architects who have inspired you through their work, and you are now presenting in your work in front of them. So it's an honor as well, and a kind of big bag on your back. We were learning from each other, and big platform for a student who is recently graduated. So after the presentations, Nippon team took all the contestants and the jury members to a kind of short Singapore tour, and we did the boat ride around the river, and they explained about the architecture in Singapore and what stuff is coming, the technology, the architecture, the landscape. And in this journey, I made a lot of friends. My roommate was from China, and all the other friends from Thailand, Vietnam. So it was a kind of quick form family with us. All the young budding students, everyone so talented, was just coming together and having fun. So before the award ceremony, we had the presentations by eminent architects from Japan, from Singapore, of how the urban designing came and changed the Singapore completely, as now we look at as the successful model of urban planning. And all the lectures were very inspiring, but somewhere down the mind, everyone was waiting for that moment of the award, the announcement of the award. And finally that moment came, and I won the title award for the architecture category. It was the first time India won this award in the 11 years of AYDA.
Now to announce the winner of the Asia Young Designer Award for the architecture category, I would like to invite Mr. Wee back on stage.
And the winner, Mr. Thani Narendra Botara from India.
So it was a very, very proud moment for me and India as well. So after winning the award, I knew that I was now going to Harvard for the 6 weeks design course, fully sponsored by Nippon, and I guess that was a dream come true moment for me. It's Harvard. It's every architect's dream to go there and study there. It's winning this award was a huge thing, because my life changed overnight. Before the award, I was just another student who was studying architecture and who had participated in AYDA. And after winning the award, it changes completely. It just kind of living a celebrity life for a moment. So after coming, many interviews were lined up with the national newspapers, the international magazines, and now I was heading to Harvard. This award had just opened doors for me at such a reputed university. And yeah, the next day was the registration day, the day when we were starting our program. We were now introduced to how the program would be, the modules of the program, and how we would be curated in 6 weeks. And my fellow course-mates were from all around the world, aging from 18 to 50 years old. The thoughts of designing which were coming in weren't just from the people who are from designing background, but there were students from medical background, music background, physics, chemistry, maths, and you just name it, they are there. So this wasn't a typical studio where all the architects are coming together and learning, but this was a kind of studio where young students are coming in and putting in their thought of what designing should be. And throughout the program, my perception of looking to architecture, perceiving spaces completely changed, and I feel I kind of got a little matured in terms of designing. I am kind of very happy that my journey landed me here, and in retrospect, I would like to say that kind of seize every opportunity you get, because you never know. It was just one task for me to apply for the competition, it completely changed my life. Participate in this competition. It's rather than competition, this is a very interesting journey of learning from others, learning from your colleagues, all the talents from all around the Asian countries, from the jury members, from the mentor sessions which happen. So I guess it's a wholesome design experience which Nippon has created through AYDA award, and I'm super proud that I was the part of this.
Hi everyone, I am Architect Salih Adrisarkum, the Chief Judge for AYDA Awards, Architectural category from Malaysia. I've been judging for AYDA Awards for a wonderful 12 years. It's an exhilarating feeling to be an AYDA Awards judge because every year I get to engage with the best minds in architecture and exchange ideas with them and ensure that there is a future for young architects. As a professional, personally, I benefit from the extensive networking of the AYDA network internationally, as well as engaging with the young ideas and young minds of the best in the architectural field from throughout the world. The AYDA Awards is different from other awards in a way that it's curated by professionals for many, many years, and it has an overarching international presence in so many countries. And if you look at quality, that is the best way to benchmark yourself as an architectural designer. Students should enter AYDA Awards because, as in any game, if you play with people of your same ability, you will never improve. You need to play with the best. And in terms of architectural design, AYDA has among the best people in the field. So you need to elevate yourselves. To become better, you need to join AYDA Awards. And it also trains your thinking process so that you will overcome normal problems and be a better thinker and a better solution provider. You don't just rethink the problems, but you also think out of the box. Even rethink the box. The expectation of the judges is always to find something that is surprising, unexpected, and pleasant. And usually we talk about rethinking the norms, rethinking normal approaches, novel approaches, and having solutions that have a meaningful impact in society and in architecture. So please surprise us and make us wow. Don't be afraid to enter AYDA Awards. You never know if your entry might be the winner. Just address the team, look for solutions that nobody has thought about, look at the past year's entries on how they actually communicate their ideas, and try to make sure that it brings out an emotional response. Because if something moves you, it will move the judges, and most probably, you are a winner. Join AYDA Awards. You might be the next winner.
I'm Un Boon Seong, Chief Judge of AYDA Awards, Interior Design category from Malaysia. I've been judging AYDA Awards for 7 years. I feel excited and feel good to see the improvement of design from year to year. I benefit a lot as a judges for AYDA Awards. I have a good chance to meet a lot of designers from all over the world. We have a good networking, good time, and of course, we have first time to see all the good design from the students. AYDA Awards are different from others competition. It beyond competition. It's a platform to bring all the designer professionals come together to share the design passion. The students have the opportunity to break through and always we have a good time. I think students should join AYDA Awards. It's a very great platform for you to come together there, share your ideas, meet a lot of designer professionals together and enjoy a good time. I hope to see a good design ideas and concept. The design that can bring impact and improve people's life and the communities. And I want to see their creativity to push to the boundary. Hi students, Just be yourself, be passionate at what you do, and don't be afraid to take the challenges. Join AYDA Awards!
Hi, I'm Tanay. I'm an architect and a self-taught photographer from Pune, India. I'm the winner of Asia Young Designer Award 2018-19 Architecture category. I got to know about this competition through my seniors in college. I eventually applied for the competition. While going to Chennai, I was kind of excited as well, but nervous because, this was my first time in front of such huge audience. When we reached Chennai, on the first day we had the mentoring session by Ethos, where they explained about how do you present at nationals, how do you put forth your project, put forth your story in front of the jury members who are there. The moment when they announced the gold winner and when they called out the name, that was the astonishing moment. I was super proud that I won, and now I'll be representing India at the Pan Asia level in Singapore. The first day was the mentorship session arranged by Nippon Paints. All the students, all the finalists from 15 different Asian countries were together. The kind of energy, the kind of excitement of being together was at its peak. Subconsciously, you have that in mind, that you are presenting in front of very eminent architects who have inspired you through their work, and you are now presenting in your work in front of them. So it's an honor as well, and a kind of big bag on your back. We were learning from each other, and big platform for a student who is recently graduated. So after the presentations, Nippon team took all the contestants and the jury members to a kind of short Singapore tour, and we did the boat ride around the river, and they explained about the architecture in Singapore and what stuff is coming, the technology, the architecture, the landscape. And in this journey, I made a lot of friends. My roommate was from China, and all the other friends from Thailand, Vietnam. So it was a kind of quick formed family with us, all the young budding students, everyone so talented was just coming together and having fun. So before the award ceremony, we had the presentations by eminent architects from Japan, from Singapore, of how the urban designing came and changed the Singapore completely, as now we look at as the successful model of urban planning. And all the lectures were very inspiring, but somewhere down the mind everyone was waiting for that moment of the award, the announcement of the award. And finally that moment came, and I won the title award for the architecture category. It was the first time India won this award in the 11 years of AYDA.
Now to announce the winner of the Asia Young Designer Award for the Architecture category, I would like to invite Mr. Wee back on stage.
And the winner, Mr. Tani Narendra Botara from India.
So it was a very, very proud moment for me and India as well. So after winning the award, I knew that I was now going to Harvard for the 6 weeks design course, fully sponsored by Nippon, and I guess that was a dream come true moment for me. It's Harvard, it's every architect's dream to go there and study there. Winning this award was a huge thing, because my life changed overnight. Before the award, I was just another student who was studying architecture and who had participated in AYDA. And after winning the award, it changes completely. It just kind of living a celebrity life for a moment. So after coming, many interviews were lined up with the national newspapers, the international magazines, and now I was heading to Harvard. This award had just opened doors for me at such a reputed university. And yeah, the next day was the registration day, the day when we were starting our program, we were now introduced to how the program would be, the modules of the program, and how we would be curated in 6 weeks. And my fellow course-mates were from all around the world, aging from 18 to 50 years old. The thoughts of designing which were coming in weren't just from the people who are from designing background, but there were students from medical background, music background, physics, chemistry, maths, and just name it, they are there. So this wasn't a typical studio where all the architects are coming together and learning, but this was a kind of studio where young students are coming in and putting in their thought of what designing should be. And throughout the program, my perception of looking to architecture, perceiving spaces completely changed, and I feel like, I kind of got a little matured in terms of designing. I am kind of very happy that my journey landed me here, and in retrospect, I would like to say that, kind of seize every opportunity you get, because you never know. It was just one task for me to apply for the competition. It completely changed my life. Participate in this competition. It's rather than competition, this is a very interesting journey of learning from others, learning from your colleagues, all the talents from all around the Asian countries, from the jury members, from the mentor sessions which happen. So I guess it's a wholesome design experience which Nippon has created through AYDA award, and I'm super proud that I was the part of this.
Hi everyone, I am Architect Salih Adrisarkum, the Chief Judge for AYDA Awards, Architectural category from Malaysia. I've been judging for AYDA Awards for a wonderful 12 years. It's an exhilarating feeling to be an AYDA Awards judge, because every year I get to engage with the best minds in architecture and exchange ideas with them and ensure that there is a future for young architects. As a professional, personally, I benefit from the extensive networking of the AYDA network internationally, as well as engaging with the young ideas and young minds of the best in the architectural field from throughout the world. The AYDA Awards is different from other awards in a way that it's curated by professionals for many, many years, and it has an overarching international presence in so many countries. And if you look at quality, that is the best way to benchmark yourself as an architectural designer. Students should enter AYDA Awards because, as in any game, if you play with people of your same ability, you will never improve. You need to play with the best. And in terms of architectural design, AYDA has among the best people in the field. So you need to elevate yourselves. To become better, you need to join AYDA Awards. And it also trains your thinking process so that you will overcome normal problems and be a better thinker and a better solution provider. You don't just rethink the problems, but you also think out of the box. Even rethink the box. The expectation of the judges is always to find something that is surprising, unexpected, and pleasant. And usually we talk about rethinking the norms, rethinking normal approaches, novel approaches, and having solutions that have a meaningful impact in society and in architecture. So please surprise us and make us wow. Don't be afraid to enter AYDA Awards. You never know if your entry might be the winner. Just address the team. Look for solutions that nobody has thought about. Look at the past year's entries on how they actually communicate their ideas, and try to make sure that it brings out an emotional response. Because if something moves you, it will move the judges, and most probably, you are a winner. Join AYDA Awards. You might be the next winner.
I'm Un Bun Seong, Chief Judge of AYDA Awards Interior Design category from Malaysia. I've been judging AYDA Awards for 7 years. I feel excited and feel good to see the improvement of design from year to year. I benefit a lot as a judges for AYDA Awards. I have a good chance to meet a lot of designers from all over the world. We have a good networking, good time, and of course, we have first time to see all the good design from the students. AYDA Awards are different from others competition. It beyond competition. It's a platform to bring all the designer professionals come together to share the design passion. The students have the opportunity to break through and always have a good time. I think students should join AYDA Awards. It's a very great platform for you to come together there, share your ideas, meet a lot of designer professionals together and enjoy a good time. I hope to see a good design ideas and concept. The design that can bring impact and improve people's life and the communities. And I want to see their creativity to push to the boundary. Hi student, just be yourself, be passionate at what you do, and don't be afraid to take the challenges. Join AYDA Awards.
Hi, I'm Tanay. I'm an architect and a self-taught photographer from Pune, India. I'm the winner of Asia Young Designer Award 2018-19 Architecture category. I got to know about this competition through my seniors in college. I eventually applied for the competition. While going to Chennai, I was kind of excited as well, but nervous because, this was my first time in front of such huge audience. When we reached Chennai, on the first day we had the mentoring session by Ethos, where they explained about how do you present at nationals, how do you put forth your project, put forth your story in front of the jury members who are there. The moment when they announced the gold winner and when they called out the name, that was the astonishing moment. I was super proud that I won, and now I'll be representing India at the Pan Asia level in Singapore. The first day was the mentorship session arranged by Nippon Paints. All the students, all the finalists from 15 different Asian countries were together. The kind of energy, the kind of excitement of being together was at its peak. Subconsciously, you have that in mind that you are presenting in front of very eminent architects who have inspired you through their work, and you are now presenting in your work in front of them. So it's an honor as well, and a kind of big bag on your back. We were learning from each other, and big platform for a student who is recently graduated. So after the presentations, Nippon team took all the contestants and the jury members to a kind of short Singapore tour, and we did the boat ride around the river, and they explained about the architecture in Singapore and what stuff is coming, the technology, the architecture, the landscape. And in this journey, I made a lot of friends. My roommate was from China, and all the other friends from Thailand, Vietnam. So it was a kind of quick formed family with us, all the young budding students, everyone so talented was just coming together and having fun. So before the award ceremony, we had the presentations by eminent architects from Japan, from Singapore, of how the urban designing came and changed the Singapore completely, as now we look at as the successful model of urban planning. And all the lectures were very inspiring, but somewhere down the mind everyone was waiting for that moment of the award, the announcement of the award. And finally that moment came, and I won the title award for the architecture category. It was the first time India won this award in the 11 years of AYDA.
Now to announce the winner of the Asia Young Designer Award for the Architecture category, I would like to invite Mr. Wee back on stage.
And the winner, Mr. Tani Narendra Botara from India.
So it was a very, very proud moment for me and India as well. So
All right, everyone's so on time. Love it. Okay, our next finalist ready. So, Jenna, shall we?
I'm waiting to be assigned as the interpreter.
Sure, no problem. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the final segment of the AYDA International Finale, Interior Design category. I'm Brandon, your moderator. Joining me is Mr. Sami, Mr. Chu, Mr. Horace, Ms. Leia, and Professor Kiet, our judges for the Interior Design category. Next, we have Nguyen from HCMC Architecture University from Vietnam with her project Healing Resort. Her project ID is 49. Judges, there will be an interpretation option. You can choose to listen to her presentation in English. An will be interpreting. Thank you, An. Hi, Nguyen. You ready? Okay, over to you. Yes, we can see your screen.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Hung Lê Bảo Quyên, and I would like to present our project. As we all know, COVID-19 has got serious consequences all over the world, and today shows no sign of ending. Vietnam is no exception. The pressure is on the whole society. Medical forces has to be on duty all night, losing loved ones, losing jobs, and significantly decreasing quality of life. And although now the situation is somewhat under control, we are still living in an era known as the new normal. But perhaps the pain after the pandemic is still there and very difficult to identify. According to statistics from 108 central military hospital, post-COVID-19 patients still experience persistent cough and shortness of breath. In addition, there is also an increase in mental breakdown problem, typically anxiety disorder, which accounts for more than 50%. And realizing the urgency of this problem, I conducted a survey at the post-COVID treatment department of the University of Medicine and Pharmacy Hospital in Ho Chi Minh City. And the survey results show that the consequences after a long time of being disconnected from the society had a negative impact on the patient's perceptions at different levels. And when the new normal began to unfold, they found it extremely difficult to resume back to normal life. So how can we make this task easier? We need to rest, we need time to rest, need to reconnect with nature and people, but most of all, they need to heal after unfortunate losses. So I designed this resort space and to accompany everyone on the journey to healing. Yeah, the site I chose is the land located in Kỳ Co, Bình Định province. This is an isolated area with pristine surrounding landscape as a way to bring people back to the most original value, away from the noises of the city's hustle and bustle. And a suitable area to begin the healing process, I think, is necessary. We naturally perceive a space through the use of our senses, and by smell, people are interested in how much dust are there in this space. Are there harmful chemicals or bacteria? With vision, one would want to know how the brightness and luminance in this space is. With hearing, they care about whether that space is noisy or not. And finally, about sense of touch, they care about whether the space is hot or cold, wet or dry. Is the surface of the material easy to clean? But since the pandemic, people have new demands for a space that not only meets the physical aspect but also meets the mental well-being aspects. They want the air quality in this space to be fresh. And in addition, they focus more on the layout of the space. Is it open or closed? And what is the view from both inside and outside of the space? Besides, people pay more attention to the sound. And finally, they expect a space that have people and nature connect to each other and interact with each other. And from the above observations, I envision a space conducive to nurturing spiritual values, including a spatial layout where the design of the space must have a reasonable opening and closing to uh, uh, both create a sense of openness and connection in the space and create a sense of privacy for the users. In addition, in the lighting also needs attention because light has a great impact on human emotions. That's why depressed people are often advised to get a lot of sunlight. Therefore, in our design, we also pay more attention to the natural light into the building. Color is also one of the factors that need to be considered. Blue is used as the dominant color in the space because according to research, color blue gives people a feeling of peace and as part of encourage them to get close to the nature. And after the pandemic, human beings have become more aware of protecting the environment, and not only aware, but the materials used in this work are environmental friendly, mainly using natural based materials such as good bamboo rattan, which are materials and not having adverse effect on the environment. And I also have a different space like lobby space, share space, spa space, meditation space, and restaurant and villa. And after researching, I realized that healing is a process. The first, we need to accept that you have mental health problem and need healing. Then our problems need to be heard and shared by experts. At this point, the real healing process begins. Physically, they are directed to practice methods to end the disease. Spiritually, they are encouraged to look into themselves and find the medicine within them. Finally, the wellness habits have acquired after the pandemic need to be maintained. And the first stage, acceptance stage, correspond to the lobby space. This space will be the first. The approaches I use the space layout to create an airy feeling, because according to principle known as trauma-informed design, open space helps increase a person's sense of safety while also reducing a perceived sense of crowding or being trapped, so they can more easily open up to acceptance. I have designed this space to have a reasonable opening and closing. The partition systems are divided by conventional methods just to create a connection between the spaces inside and connecting people with another. But it also creates space of privacy for those who need more time to integrate. As I mentioned in the concept section earlier, I have included the touching or sense of touching design inside the work. Typically, the central area like a garden with water and trees, and the running water ensures the sound, very zen sound, and green plants create a feeling of relaxation. According to research, greening helps reduce stresses, pain, and increase healing levels. And trees also help to increase air quality and good for post-COVID patients in the process of ventilation. And in addition, the lobby space also has a large skylight to maximize natural light into the building. And natural light have a positive effect on our health. And in the evening, I use indirect light with a warm color temperature to create a sense of lightness for the space without dazzling the users. And the second stage is sharing space, right? It is correspond to sharing space, and usually traumatized people tend to ignore or to hide themselves in their own problems. So they need someone who can identify the problem and know what they are suffering from. With that in mind, I designed the shared space for the proposed place where vulnerable people will receive initial help from a psychologist. And the shared space consists of two areas: the reception area to schedule a consultation with psychologists, and once booked, they will be taken to groups to meet with psychologists. At this point, both people will talk and find the best solution for healing. And after finding the right course of treatment, they begin the healing process. And in terms of physical health healing, this physical healing, this stage will correspond to spa space. In addition to the functions of a regular spa, I also add acupuncture therapy, because after the survey, I know that the University of Medicine and Pharmacy Hospital is treating post-COVID patients with this method. And in the design, there are the areas with rehabilitation functions, such as physiotherapy rooms, and facilitate the treatment of guests with mild symptoms of post-COVID right at the resort. And the area in the space bar are focused on the view of overlooking the garden by a large glass door system. Yeah, and inside regarding the mental health healing, I apply it to the space of Zen. One of the most important steps in spiritual healing is to bring them back to themselves, and the medicine is within them. And Zen is known as the most effective method. The Zen space I design is open to make the most of the surrounding landscape in harmony with the nature. At the same time, it is the scene. It helps the Zen space include a shared Zen area to serve a large group of adults who want to resonate and share energy with each other. Besides, there are also smaller meditation clusters around to cater for smaller groups or individuals who need privacy. And stage 4, maintain healthy habits after the pandemic. When people tend to be more cautious and aware about health issue, especially eating. So for this, I have designed open kitchen areas and the main kitchen covered by glass wall, so that everyone can directly observe the food processing process, control the hygiene, and feel more at peace when eating. And this is the perspective of the open kitchen in the evening. In the evening, I have increased artificial light inside the space, shining indirectly to avoid causing discomfort to users. So light with warm color temperature will bring appetite and help them eat more. And this the morning, the glass wall helps the space to receive lots of natural light and explore and then view the surrounding landscape. Now here is the villa space. In this space, I focus on conveying a sense of belonging to users during their stay by using natural, eco-friendly materials. Most of the furniture feels soft and edges are rounded, as I want to embrace the user so they feel safe and protected. And nowadays, the habit of working remotely has become more popular. So understanding that need, I arranged an additional working area in the villa space so that they could both relax and ensure their work progress, meet deadlines, and increase the length of their vacation stay. And finally, until now, issues related to mental health are often underrated, especially in Vietnam. Yeah, partly because they are very hidden and difficult to recognize. But the outbreak of COVID is a wake-up call to our entire society, and it gives us a time to look at ourselves, listen, and return to find our original values that we have accidentally lost. And from there, once again, we nourish our mental health. And this project is more precisely a small contribution to that work by thinking from a creative designer perspective. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you both. Judges, comments and questions. Can I open the floor to you, please? Any volunteers? That's Leah, can I invite you to say something? Oh, sorry, you're unmuted. Sorry, you're muted. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Hello.
Actually, this is a very nice presentation, clear and neat. Actually, after the COVID-19, so more open space, more in everything. I just want to know that the design that you presented, is it just a moment. Can you sorry, I can hear it. Sorry.
Do you want me to translate that first? Wait.
Yes, please. That's why I wanna ask you. I can hear you. Can you repeat again?
Oh, sorry. Okay. Anne, can you translate for?
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Okay, sure thing. Xin cảm ơn Quyên rất nhiều vì bài trình bày của em, một bài trình bày rất là rõ ràng và với đầy đủ các cái không gian được giới thiệu một cách chi tiết. Thì chúng tôi cũng đồng ý rằng sau Covid-19 thì cái không gian mở là một cái yếu tố mà rất là cần thiết cho mỗi người. Okay, Lea.
Okay. Can you because the presentation in Thai, can you explain to me the?
Oh, it seems.
Vietnamese. Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Sorry. I can hear you. I can hear you.
Did you select the English channel during the
presentation?
Oh, okay. Yes. Because Quyên presented in Vietnamese, but we also interpret
Quyên,
I can hear in English because I already put it in English, but I couldn't hear in English.
I see. You couldn't hear it just now?
Yep.
I see. How about the other judges? Can you guys hear the English version? Did everyone got the English version or the Vietnamese version earlier?
No, I already turned it to English, but I couldn't hear in English at all.
I see. Apologies on that, Leah. If that's the case, Anne, can you get Quyên to explain her project just very briefly to Leah, maybe one more time? Just maybe like 5 sentences, just to summarize her mental health, physical health, and then the whole COVID-19
Okay, let me summarize.
Thank you.
Quyên ơi, rất tiếc là vừa rồi thì các ban giám khảo không nghe được cái phần dịch tiếng Anh. Thì chị sẽ tóm tắt lại cái bài trình bày của em nhé.
Dạ.
Thì em có thể tóm tắt lại ở trong khoảng 5 câu được không? Tóm tắt ngắn á.
Dạ thì tòa án này thì
Em mong muốn là một khu resort để mọi người có thể nghỉ ngơi sau Covid-19 thì dựa theo các nguyên tắc về trauma informed design và và việc sử dụng các giác quan và việc các không gian ảnh hưởng đến sức khỏe của chúng ta như thế nào, thì em thiết kế một resort mà tuân theo đáp ứng theo những cái quy chuẩn về sức khỏe đó, để tạo cho mọi người một cảm giác thoải mái hơn trong thời gian sử dụng.
Yes, so in acknowledging the post-COVID-19 health issue, both physically and well-being, I designed a resort for healing, and based on the trauma-informed design principle. And it is divided into different spaces. For example, like the share spaces for sharing your problem with psychologists, and then the rehabilitation spaces, and then Zen spaces, spa spaces, and also the connection to the nature, to people, and to find them regain their original value and reconnect to the human beings and the nature. Yes.
Anne, I think I can take over. Leah, allow me, because I was listening to English and translating to Mr. Shu, so I have an impression of what she said. So in the healing resort design, there are 4 phases that she designed. There's the 4-step journey from accepting our current state of mind, our health, our mental state of mind, to about sharing it, whether with a psychologist or whether with a professional, to creating a healing process for both our physical and mental health, and lastly, creating a new habit to leave. So people come in and then they have a journey, and then they create a new habitual system to help them embrace the new normal, and then they leave the resort. Something like that.
Okay.
All right.
That's clear.
Wonderful.
Then.
Apologies. Okay, I've just tried my best to summarize. So
but it's a nice design and clear.
All right. Thank you. It was a good design. Thank you. Fellow judges, do you guys have any comments or questions? Okay, all good. All right, thank you, Anne. Thank you, Priyan. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have 2 more to go. Let me see if she's on. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to bring our next presenter, Maitri Shah from the BMS School of Architecture, Bangalore, India, with her project called Community Library, and her project ID is 50. Hi, Maitri.
Hello, Brandon.
Are you ready?
Yes. Can I share my screen?
Yes, please. And also your camera, if you can.
Yes.
Wonderful. Great. Over to you.
Just a moment.
Sure, no problem.
Are you able to view my screen?
Can you try moving?
Yeah.
I can see your windows. Okay, go full screen, please. Yeah.
Yeah. Is my screen visible now?
But I can see my face there. Can you go into presenters mode?
Yes.
Yeah. Just go into presenters mode.
It is on.
I mean on the PowerPoint. Yeah, bottom right, there's a button. PowerPoint.
Yes.
Yeah. Just go into that.
Okay. Now is my screen visible?
Not to me. That's weird. Okay, now,
Okay.
yeah, I don't think this is the mode though. You need to
Yes.
go into, yes, okay, the full screen one. Okay, wonderful.
Yeah,
Good.
yeah. Sorry for
No,
the
don't
delay.
apologize. Don't worry. Okay, over to you, Maitri.
Yeah. Greetings of the day to all the jury members and audience present today. I, Maitri Shah from India, would like to introduce my project, Samuday Pustakalaya. In Gujarati language, Samuday means community and Pustakalaya means library. The site is located in the Kutch district of Gujarat, India. This is the region from where my grandparents and ancestors are originally from, which is 1,600 kilometers away from my house. Hence, it is connecting me back to my roots. Let me introduce you all to Kutch through this short video. It lasted for 2 long minutes, and its effects were felt thousands of kilometers away. Millions of people had become homeless. Nearly 400,000 homes were completely destroyed, and around 20,000 people had lost their lives. After this tragedy, stories on how miraculously a handful of these houses survived started to spread amongst people. In 2015, when I visited Kutch on a tour, I personally got to see these houses, which got me intrigued, and it was etched in my memory. When I joined architecture, I learned about the construction techniques as to why these houses survived the earthquake, whereas most of the modern construction was turned into rubbles. With the knowledge of construction of a typical Bunga house, along with modern architectural elements, the community library is an intervention to bridge the gap between generations. Further ahead, I will explain about these Bunga houses. In the aftermath of the earthquake, the government came up with policies for rehabilitation of this region. One of the policies included involving the local people to themselves build their houses, which would be funded by the government. The community library is envisioned with the government policy, that is, the community is involved in building the library. The site is located in the Ludhia village of Kutch district. It consists of typical Bunga houses with community spaces provided in between the houses on otlas, which are the plinths. Bungas are traditional mud circular houses with thatched roof. It is a centuries-old construction technique in harmony with nature. Hence, my concept for design is derived from the context itself. The main inhabitants of the Ludhia village are the 2,000 members of the Rabari community of Gujarat. It is a collectivist community where the men and women both equally contribute towards revenue generation. The literacy rate of the village is very low, which is 28%. Hence, the statement of equality does not hold true, as for every one literate woman, there are two literate men. The community library should address to this chasm to not only uplift the literacy rate of the women, but the entire community itself. For such a closely knit community and the literacy rate standing at 28%, community upliftment cannot be achieved through traditional book reading. Hence, new methods of learning are explored in the library. That is, learning through play, interactive display, conversations, folk music, activities, documentaries, and encouragement of self-learning. The library is located in the quieter zone of the Ludhia village and away from the houses so that there's a change in environment. Visiting this library is not just about learning, but the experience that a person has. Moving on to the spatial planning, a courtyard is introduced in the center of the library, which serves as a pocket for natural light and ventilation. It also helps people to connect with nature, and that is what we want for a learning environment. The library develops radially around this courtyard. A roof covering is provided over the assembly. The thermal massing of the library ensures that it is passively cooled in all seasons. The open plan is fitting to the context that offers a space to the community. The emptiness in the center is left intentional to invite people in and simply allow nature to occupy its space. With the courtyard set as the library center, the kids section, the seating area, and digital section are arranged according to their dynamics to interact with the courtyard. Openings in form of entrance arches are provided on the southwestern side, which is the predominant wind direction. This ensures that there's continuous movement of cool breeze flowing into the library. The library is constructed by raising circular walls on planes and then placing a roof over it. Local trees and vegetation are provided in the courtyard for natural cooling. The undulating form of the roof resembles like a mound rising from the ground. The building dominates the scene with its structural form, but at the same time dialogues with the surrounding nature thanks to the language inspired by it. The structural form of the roof is achieved by using ferro cement to form the shell structures. The construction involves building a main framework made of reinforcement bars, weld mesh, and chicken wire mesh. Ferrocement structures are manually produced by applying cement mortar mix over the main framework. Geometric pattern frame made of reclaimed timber are placed on the ceiling as an interior design feature. It is supported by angles that are welded to the main framework of the ferrocement roof. Grooves made in this wooden framework are used to place mirrors in between them. These mirrors help to reflect the light multiple times, entering through the courtyard and lighting provided, hence reducing the amount of electricity used throughout the day. Locally available materials are used in the construction of the library. The walls are made of adobe brick and are coated with a layer of clay plaster on the outer wall. This ensures that the library stays warm during the winters and cool during the summers. The flooring is made with a mixture of mud and cow dung. The roof is made of ferro cement. Geometric pattern frame made of reclaimed timber are placed on the ceiling as an interior design feature, and mirror work is an integral part of this design. When you visit this library, you have direct experience of nature. You can feel the cool breeze against your skin. You can hear the rustling of leaves. You can see the patterns formed by the trees on the floor and furniture by the sunlight entering through the courtyard. Indirect experience of nature can also be felt when you walk on the mud flooring. By visually stimulating the eyes, looking at elements of nature such as flowers, leaves, and birds that are hand embroidered by the women of the community on the puff seating areas. Element of water can also be seen in form of gray and blue foam seating areas provided. You can experience the rich culture and tradition along with modern architectural elements in form of wooden parametric seating areas provided. Moving on to the individual sections of the library. Learning through play which is the kids section. As soon as you enter the library from the reception area, the kids section is provided for safety. A ramp with seating area on top is provided. Storage for board games beneath this ramp is given. Traditional board games such as Chopar and Wag or Bakri are provided to preserve the tradition. Learning through interactive display, which is the digital section of the library. Thanks to the 4G network that has reached these areas, access to the internet has become easy. The digital section will help these people to improve their literary skills. Learning through conversations. Seating area with storage underneath is provided. Learning through folk music. Kutch is well known for its folklore and a number of instruments that are never seen before. For example, the surando. It is a unique ancient instrument which is passed on to generations. The jodia pava. It is a unique double flute instrument. The aim is to continue this tradition and pass it on to the next generation. An activity wall is provided in front of the seating area. The wall can be tucked back into the ground when not in use. The wall serves dual purpose. First, it is used to perform weekly activities on the wall facing the courtyard. This ensures that the entire community actively participates in learning. Second, it is used for documentary screening on the rear side of the wall. The seating area provided in front of it acts as a mini amphitheater and has the capacity to seat around 75 people at once. Self-learning is also encouraged in the outdoor seating areas of the library. This is the quieter zone of the library. Inbuilt seating areas are provided at regular intervals in between bookshelves. Flexible seating area in form of movable puffs are also provided. It is important to make the library resilient. This is done by making it earthquake resistant. Lightweight materials such as ferrocement are used in the construction of the library. The circular forms help to resist the earthquake. It is electricity saving. Dimmable LED lighting are provided on the ceiling. The mirrors help to reflect the light multiple times, reducing amount of electricity used throughout the day. It is climate responsive. The circular forms help to resist wind pressure. The entire library is passively cooled. All the cold air is gotten through entrance arches and the warm air is taken out through the courtyard. All the harsh sunlight falling on the sloped roof is reflected back, hence avoiding heating of the roof. Locally available materials are used in construction, which reduces the transportation costs and have low maintenance. As all the materials are locally sourced, it provides for employment opportunities for the community. Rainwater harvesting. Rainwater is collected in the courtyard, which is later recycled and used for flushing in the toilets. It is hoped that through this library, the community spirit and traditions of the Rabari tribe can be preserved and enjoyed by several generations to come. There are around 900 other villages in Kutch with its own unique culture and tradition. It is hoped that the success story of the library in Ludhia village will inspire them. I would like to conclude by quoting Margaret J. Beckley. There is no power for change than a community discovering what it cares about. Thank you.
Okay, Kip, please go. Thanks, Maitri. Thank you, Kip.
Yeah. Hi, Maitri. Yeah, I appreciate your simple but thoughtful planning. But one question for you, in fact, two. Is there any reason why you are not integrating some of the interior feature with your opportunity to create something that organic? Why are the furniture like the shelf and things like that not integrated totally into your setting? So that's the first question. Second question is to your ceiling pattern. Is there any reason why you are creating a motif rather than to allow the functions to take over the visual? Because with such architecture, in fact, what we've done here may not be totally constructible because of your structural thickness. It doesn't have the structural depth to even hold the roof. So assuming you sorted out the architecture part of it. So what is the reason behind using that particular motif that we see here in your perspective?
Okay. Thank you for the questions. I would answer your first question first. Why I'm not integrating the interior part is that I'm going to offer a space for the community where they can decide and take decision as to what they want to use it for the best. So just providing shelves, they can decide what can be done with the shelves. They can use it to display their art and craft work, or they can use it to keep book storage.
Okay, sorry. Sorry to interrupt because of the timing. Yeah, what I meant is in terms of your aesthetic presentation of your bookshelf and other furnitures inside. Yeah, so I'm sure those are not done by the community because you are in an interior design awards or competition now. You're not in an architecture one. So I'll be questioning you on the interior aspect of this. Yeah, so are those assumingly done by the community rather than designed by you? Is that what you're trying to portray here, or is there a reason why the furnitures are left in that current state as what you have presented?
Okay, actually, the space will be used by a community and a large number of people will be coming in. That's why I've provided flexible seating areas which can be moved around and can be arranged according to how the community wanted. So they can form groups and sit as cluster, or they can sit individually. That's why the furniture is designed in such a way that it is movable around.
Okay. So even if you are doing a modular furniture system, right? It would be clever if you are designing the modular and allowing the module system to move in a certain way to allow flexibility. So
Yes.
I didn't see that in your scheme. Yeah, that's one thing. Yeah. Then can you answer me on the motif as well? Your ceiling.
Yeah, so when I visited this village, what I saw is in their houses, they have something known as lippen art, where they mix mud and mirror work and they form patterns of motifs on their walls and ceiling. And this is used to reflect the light multiple times, and they do not use electricity throughout the day. Only in the night time they consume electricity. Hence, inspired by that, I have provided that kind of motif in my design.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
A
you.
little question.
Yes, please, Sammy.
Just a little question. How did you decide on the size of the patterns on the ceiling?
Okay, the size was fixed based on the mirror lengths. So it is 3 centimeters wide, the mirror length, but the length of the mirror depends on how the geometric pattern of the reclaimed timber is being formed.
Okay.
Thank you, Sammy.
Thank you.
Anyone else? All right. I think that's all then. All right. Thank you, Mike 3. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Next, I would like to invite Ivanti Dhamapala from the University of Moratuwa, Sri Lanka, with her project Timber Design and Innovation Center. Oh, hi, Ivanti.
Hi, can you?
Yes.
It is
Can you share your screen? Yes, we can hear you perfectly.
Yeah.
Okay, Ivanti, you can start anytime. Yes.
Okay. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure to meet you all. Hi, I'm Ivanti from Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka is a paradise island surrounded by Indian Ocean, gifted with natural beauty, rich traditions and cultural diversity. Hospitality and kindness of Sri Lankans is widely recognized by anyone who visits this beautiful country. However, with the effect of global pandemic, Sri Lanka had to face a lot of challenges and crises. They impacted on everyone's life. Currently, Sri Lanka is facing its worst economic crisis throughout the history and has become one of the countries that has highest inflation rates. Sri Lanka has many agricultural and vocational occupations that would sustain the middle to lower middle class families. The city of Moratuwa is such a city, famous for woodworking and carpentry, which is situated near the west coast of the island. The University of Moratuwa is an excellent educational center which provides education on engineering, architecture, product and furniture design, innovations, as well as the industrial application happening in the same context. As a university student, when I moved from my hometown to Moratuwa area, it was a new experience for me. To see a city where almost every household had some relationship to woodworking and carpentry. The traditional Ambalam is a special social center that existed in ancient Sri Lanka. This is the best example where I noticed the best wood carvings in my childhood. Hanavitiya Ambalaman, which is a resting hall used by ancient Sri Lankans, is situated in my village, and it inspired me to study on traditional wood carvings. Moratuwa is the well-known city in Sri Lanka regarding timber crafts, especially in furniture designing. It has long been known that the best furniture pieces are produced in Moratuwa area, where simple anything could be custom made of timber. At present, there is a high demand for timber crafts. Nevertheless, there are many issues related with this industry, including lack of knowledge on new innovative designs, product to reach the international market, insufficient knowledge on the materials and treatment methods, limitations of using technology, alterations related to the industry. Therefore, finding solutions for these issues is important for the betterment of the industry, the community, and the national at large. Here my focus is to discuss about the issues of limitations of new designs for them to reach the international market. I noticed that almost all the furniture designs done by them look similar, but they have inherited from their forefathers. Well, I feel if the carpenters are provided with proper designs and technological knowledge on furniture manufacturing, they will produce furniture with export quality. As a young university student, I wanted to provide a medium for these woodworking communities to have access for the possibilities of timber construction and design in a communal scale. Well, I identified that there is a huge potential of new design development and research on timber crafting. I feel that through this collaborative work done by the designer students and timber crafting community, there will be opportunities for developing international design needs while uplifting the living standard of Sri Lankans, overcoming this current economic crisis. As my major design project in level 3, I decided to design a timber design and innovation center at Moratuwa, which would arouse the curiosity and gain the attention of the users, that they would automatically be exposed to such options. And I wanted this design to be a hub of collaboration to share knowledge with international designers and traditional timber crafting community to create a better pathway for local craftsmen. Through my design, I like to promote product design students to do their design work inside this innovation center. Through that, there may be new innovative furniture designs, products that can be marketed with export quality. As a solution, I have derived the concept of my design to revitalize the community of timber crafting by strengthening the relationship between industry, education, and technology, introducing a knowledge exchanging hub. To achieve my concept, I have inspired from the traditional timber crafting and joinery details of Ambalam structure. The site stands at the entry point of Moratuwa city, as the old and new Gore roads separates and ascend from either side of the plot area, making the Timbercraft Center the official entrance to the city, which merge with historical ties of timber crafting in Moratuwa. Well, let's move into my design. These are the layout plans. Let me explain you the progression of the design. The main entrance is located at a point of focus for the user to fully grasp the experience of architecture, its relation to the human proportions. The entrance is paved with fair-faced stones to highlight the point of entry, and it is eaved by the floor above with exposed joinery and timber detailing. Material contrast distinguishes the pathways, directing the user into the spaces. The timber weaving structure acts as a welcoming feature for the users. The structure itself creates shadows, providing yet mysterious but more interesting entryway. The spatial progression from entrance porch to the entrance lobby is created with a funnel. The user sees minor teasers of what's inside and it invites the user in. And entering a large double height space from a tighter space enhances the experience of the user by providing a sense of arrival. The interior spaces showcase many forms, colors, textures, and properties of timber through the walls, floors, and furniture to prove the versatility and potential of timber ranging from construction to decor. The main exhibition area on the ground floor at the entrance shows timber weaving wall, which acts a character to exhibition space, being an exhibit itself, while exhibiting timber product designs, new timber furniture trends, and architectural elements. The space is naturally lit and light is focused on the main attraction of the space. Moratuwa city in Sri Lankan history has always symbolized revolution. With all these upcomings, the timber crafting has established itself as the lifeblood of the city. The sculpture into the light, where a rhythmic freebeing is erected into the skylight from a solid rough log of wood, represents the hardness, the softness, as well as the evolution of timbercraft industry in Moratuwa area. It represents how a low-income slum city became the most renowned city in Sri Lanka for timber crafts. White stands in timbercraft display area reflect more light, and therefore they are used to put more exhibits. This space has ambient and spot lighting in necessary focal points while being naturally lit during the day. The black-colored wooden structure emphasizes the structure of the building, providing a sense of strength as well as providing a more composed and spatial experience. The prominent ambience in permanent gallery space was allocating experiencing area with affordable furniture sets for the users. The patterns of the wall panels allows the whole space to have unique visual character. The spaces are nicely lit with the natural daylight, creating patterns by the shadows of the wall panels. The front weaving deck gives a well-framed vista of the city. The timber design represents a modernist approach on weaving structure, and it will complement the building with an exciting lighting effect because of the sunset and shadow play. The vista is emphasized as it's a very significant pathway leading to a complex and a comparatively dark and a closed space. The spatial progression in space will provide the user with an exciting journey. The design development unit with the ebony timber frames framing the architectural perception of the space to the user. The louvered and finned surfaces create different orientations and various shapes in the design. This also helps with cross ventilation as well as legibility of the interior spaces. The different colors of different materials keep the space live, which enhances the user experience, making the building itself is also an exhibit. The wood workshop is connected with the design development unit. The simple form inside the space would enhance the woodworkers to have calm environment rather than having a complex space. The wood brownish colors inside wood will help people to have calm mindset for better working experience and enhancing creativity. The students' workspace, which is having the extended view of the front yard, is designed as per the university students, training college students, and school children can work together and share their knowledge. This is the seminar unit where timber crafting community, their societies, product designers can have meetings and discussions. The upper floor and the ground floor are visually connected, creating much bigger volume with double height space. In traditional timbercraft museum in the basement level, the exhibition spaces are a composition of fair-face concrete facades and permeable timber partitioning panels. The underground space is lit up constantly with the sun rays coming through the openings. The journey to the design falls to the timber joinery display area as well as timber carving display area. The simple fair-face concrete colors and textures will put more emphasis on every piece of timber designs as an exhibit in the space. The ambient lighting and floating lights will provide the user with a more enhanced experience. The Historical Information Center gives knowledge to school children, university students, and public on timbercraft industry in Sri Lanka. The detailed cross-section displays the alternative material combination with timber material and different construction joints of each building component. The building interior and exterior design have been done considering the climatic responses. Usage of wood weaving as a method of construction represents its strength from intersecting members of various sizes and depths, which will improve the harmony of different timber elements which are in different sizes and angles. The local bamboo mats are used as a ceiling cover, which enhance the thermal insulation. This is the sectional perspective with the details. The use of many colors of timber and interior leading to a feeling of warmth, imitation, and belonging. As timber is known for the warm colors it brings from its natural properties due to its yellow, orange, and red undertones. Timber creates a traditional, comforting, or a rustic feel into the spaces. This is most suitable for this particular building, keeping its aim and concept to be built in mind. In my design, Sri Lankan natural hardwood, including jack, ebony, satinwood, nadun, teak, and calamanda are used with different colors and textures. Let's move into 3D animation to get a proper idea of the spaces.
All right, thank you, Ivanti, for your presentation. Judges, I would like to open the floor for questions and comments. Anyone would like to comment or have a question? Horace, Sammy, can I invite you guys to speak too? Thanks, Horace.
I just want to know that this is a very architectural-oriented project, right? So what will be the key, the key motif or the accents that you apply into the interior, the timber thing, that you think this is gonna be like a very good connection with the envelope that you create?
In the interior, I have used many different timber elements, timber detailing. Because I want to create different characters to each place by using different timber elements, and it enhances the diversity of the spaces, and as well as in each places it creates unique character. And also I want to experience the user to give a different experiences for the user in using different elements in the building structure itself also. And I want to keep the liveliness of the spaces. Sorry, I didn't get.
Sorry, Horace, you said something just now. Did anyone say?
No. It is fine. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ivanti. Fellow judges, any more comments or questions? Great, if that's the case. Thank you, Ivanti, for your presentation. Thank you. Judges, the missing candidate is already on the platform. My apologies. Last but not least, I'd like to invite Berk from Istanbul Technical University from Turkey with his project Street House, project ID 52. Hi, Berk.
Hi.
All right, over to you.
Okay. Okay. Hello to everyone. Everyone listening to this presentation now was once a child. Probably all of us were from the generation that spent more time on the street as a child. The streets were filled with children, their games, and their voices. When I think my own childhood, I spent more time on the street than at home. When I was at home, I was impatiently waiting for the street to come alive and throw myself there again. The streets, which are natural meeting places for all ages, can be lived together. Meeting places where individuals of all ages can be together at any time of the day are socializing places for adults and natural playgrounds for children. Today, some streets continue to function like this. But of course, not every city and street are achieve this. Especially as a result of urbanization and wrong design practices, some streets are no longer playgrounds for children and have become problematic even for adults. An example of cities where we see this situation is Istanbul. Istanbul is one of the largest cities in the world. It is also the city with the highest child population in Europe. This city and its streets, where I spent my own childhood and still live, has no longer belonged to the children and neighbors. There are some specific reasons to cause that. In today's cities, streets have become vehicle roads and parking lots. Vehicles occupy the streets and also noise and air pollution. In addition, the sidewalks, which are the most important part of the street, have been occupied by businesses and large crowds. On the other hand, the danger of strangers and the potential of crime in the street prevent the use of the street, and it prevents the use of by the child and the children. Sorry, I probably have something to do with my video, I guess. Am I right?
Are we supposed to listen to your video? Is there audio or is supposed to just be image?
I think the videos are some kind of laggy, right?
I think that's internet problem. Don't worry, just carry on.
Okay.
We'll be able to,
Okay.
yeah.
And finally, being too intertwined with the technology creates an effect that distracts children from the other activities. So why are the streets and playing games in there so important? Children develop their communication skills through the play. During the game, they have the chance to communicate with other children and adults. Also, a child develops intellectually and physically and finds the opportunity to explore and develop. When I think my own childhood, the time I spent in the street developed my imagination, creativity, and social relations. Street has a huge impact on my personality. Today, many projects are being carried around to make the streets belong to the neighborhoods and children again. When we come to Istanbul again, there's a neighborhood which is suffering the same problems above. Kuzguncuk is a Bosporus neighborhood on Antalya inside of Istanbul. It was a place where the neighborhoods, the shopkeepers, in fact, everyone in the neighborhood got to know each other, and the neighbors and children spent time on the street as they wished. However, over time, Kuzguncuk began to be affected by the great change that Istanbul experienced. The streets, which were full of children and neighbors, began to fill with the traffic and turned into parking lots. This pushed the children towards the sidewalks. Later, when the shops on the main street in the neighborhood were closed one by one and boutique cafes and restaurants started to open, the sidewalks were occupied and there was no space for children to play. Also, the crowd coming out from outside of the neighborhood by this gentrification not only reduced the communication of the neighbors with each other, but also some security problems. Well, all this caused the neighbors and children to leave the street in the Kuzguncuk. Over time, the street of the Kuzguncuk lost its function to be playground for children. As a designer, I am trying to review the street in the Kuzguncuk again, starting at the scale of a building and aiming to expand to the scale of the neighborhood. Located right entrance of the neighborhood, this building used to be a pazar place in the past and functioned as a part of the street. The street would continue here and with a garden and with a garden. This garden at the end of the passage was reachable in that times. After the owner of the building is changed, it underwent a major renovation and took its current form. Today, it has been converted into a building with the first 2 floors are offices and upper 2 floors are residential. The path that we used to walk through the arches, which used to be part of the street, is now completely closed to the public. As a result, there is no access to garden at the back. At this point, as a designer, I am create a solution for the street and also make an empty the past of the building and return it to its former form. The design, named as a street house, is about the transformation of the first 2 floors of the building into a house, street, playground. Street house is a design that emerged with empathy established with the context, and empathy established with neighbors, children, people living there, and the past of that building. In the concept of his house-street relationship, we think about the mindset of the people. People try to create a subjective sense of place by making the space their own. How can people feel at home in the city? In street house, oh, sorry, I'm on time. Okay. In street house, there is an effort to create a unity out of the relationship between the concept of house and street. A private space like house intertwines with a public space like street and creates a between. When we're looking into the street house, it's divided into 3 parts. The first part includes mostly the interior space of the house. The middle part is where the house is mostly intertwined with the street, and the last part includes the children's playground. In here, we see the entrance of the house, the dining area, and the kitchen. Then we see the multifunctional room and the child toilets. Finally, street house ends with a garden. So in the first floor, most of the spaces of the street house place it in the first floor. When we look into the upper floor, house continue with the living room, music room, bedroom, bathroom, and with the playground. So street house concludes itself with these spaces. To look into parts more closely, we can start with the playground parts. The playground are not designed with individual tools such as swings, slides, and other predetermined play styles. It's actually designed in a free and minimalist manner. The game itself is left entirely to the imagination of the children by basic geometries and physical activities. We can see how the playground is intertwined with the street house. Apart from this, we also see the music room and multifunctional area. The orange color of Nippon paint is used here. With this color, children are encouraged to move. And in this section, playground is again highlighted with orange color. We also see the relationship of living room with the street and the garden. Additionally, we see how the street continues in the street house and ends up with the garden. Children, families, neighbors, in short, everyone is flowing to the street house. Now, this is the playground part. It creates opportunities for children to do things child is already doing in the city, such as climbing, jumping, and reaching. It encourages children's movement with its color. The play box located in the multifunction area is a part where children interact directly with the space and shape their surroundings and the game according to their wishes. Multifunctional area is a space that can be shaped by children. For example, it can turn into a painting space, or at the same time, it can change shape to allow space for children's games. Movable walls and play box give opportunity to interact with space. In here, what really makes its creations process. Then we see the music room and we see the living room. The garden and the street ends with the garden. The garden is a very important place of different age groups to come together. While the resident of the house continues to live, maybe cook something to give the children and neighbors, the street is filled with children and neighbors. On one hand, neighbors sit there and read their newspapers, talk each other, and watch their surroundings. On the other hand, the children play their games. From time to time, the children can be accompanied by their families, the neighbors, and the residents. Well, next, we came to the middle part. The streets continue in the street house. At the same time, we once again see how the house intertwined with the street. A red color of Nippon paint in use in here. Also, we see that a layer was left on the arches of the door and the wall. It shows the layers of the building and provides a visual information about the history of the building. The street diversified with steps, a ramp, and a water element. And we see the staircase, which is the main circulation element of the house. Finally, we see the last part, where many spaces of the house are settled. We see how the different functions of the house are intertwined with each other. A wooden texture was preferred in entrance area. The dining area is painted red, and in the kitchen, green color was used to create a calm atmosphere. There's a box system in this part to create house as a whole. This box system enables house to work as a whole by creating the required function where it's needed. In entrance, this box system turns into a cabinet and dining area. Then we see the kitchen area here, and the box system transforms into cabinets, storage, and countertops. The green and white color is complemented by the use of the wood and marble in here. Finally, we see that the box system creates two bedrooms. And then we see the bathroom and the children closets. Finally, we see the street house as a whole again. First of all, when we came to the sustainability subject, street house mostly work on the sustainability of the society. It includes not only physical elements that can be touched, but also non-physical elements that create social relations and development. Also, there is a sustainable application at different scales. First of all, instead of construction a new built environment, settling inside an existing building means a great amount of energy is conserved. Mostly, it ensures that materials used are sustainable and their carbon footprints are low. Lastly, in theory, it is possible to convert kinetic energy into electrical energy and use it in the street art with various sound and pressure sensors in the children's playground. This energy, which can be produced from children's sounds and sounds, can also be applied to other playgrounds in cities when it becomes profitable and applicable. And last but not least, we see the kitchen and garden, the place where the house and street are most intertwined. It's actually an inspiration I got from a very familiar place. While everywhere else was filled with apartments, my childhood house with a garden was kind of like my castle. When I opened the door, me and my friends are flowed towards the garden. Afterwards, at some point, my mother sharing the pastry she cooked with us and with the neighbor outside. In fact, this scene shows the sincerity created in the neighborhood by those warm foods. It's kind of an effort to review those days, but sadly, that picture is no longer real. Like other places, my castle fell victim to being an apartment too. So the city continues its street out with all dangers, advantages, and disadvantages. When the child goes to bed, it becomes a normal street again. This cannot be avoided. The city is necessarily chaotic, although designer tried to bring an order. Functions conflict with each other with all time. In the beginning, the spread of the design thinking to the neighborhood is actually not physical but intellectual. Thanks to the dialogue created by the street house, people become conscious of what kind of transformation the streets should undergo and begin to shape their surroundings. At this point, this dialogue goes beyond the borders of the street house and inspire the whole neighborhood, city, maybe even the world. So, and I end my presentation in here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Burke, for your presentation. Judges, I would like to open the floor to you for questions and comments. Maybe we can start with Sammy first, if you don't mind. Yep. You need to unmute first. Yeah. Or Horace wants to go next.
Sorry.
Okay.
Actually, I don't have any question. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Sammy. Horace.
Hi. Yeah. Thank you for this very professionally done project. It's again very, 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 very professional. I have a very stupid question. May I know which course you are studying?
I am studying in architecture too. I make a double major. I study architecture and interior design too. I make a double major.
So now you are still a student?
Yeah, I am still student. Yeah.
In which year?
Fourth year in interior architecture and second year in architecture.
So this is your final year coursework?
Almost, yeah. Yes. Yeah, it's
almost.
Actually, I actually make this design in my second year, 2 years ago. But it is not like this, of course. The idea and the building is the same, but I make major changes in the last year when I starting to get ready to the AYDA. So it's both in a second year and the last year course, yeah.
Are you practicing also?
No, not yet.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Horace, for the clarification. Thanks, Burke. Judges, any other comments and questions? Okay, right. Wonderful. That means it's very well done, very clear. Okay, thank you, Burke, for your time, for your presentation.
You're welcome.
Thank you. All right, you can log out now. Thank you. So, it has been a long, actually not that long. Actually, it's been a very productive day with our panelists. Thank you, judges. Yeah, it's not that long, right? It's record breaking. Yep. Thank you, judges, for your efforts and dedication. Our ID category calls for today. So for those who are attending our physical award ceremony, I'll see you in 2 weeks. For those who are not, I will see you online. So everyone, goodbye and take care. Judges, please stay on. I do have a deliberation segment with you to decide who is the winner of the year. All right.